Have you ever seen a grown man drowning in his sorrow? Cause everything he ever got was borrowed, and he hoping he can make it back tomorrow by stealing another man's plan directly out his hand. Damn, vicious cycle, how I go off like a rifle, stretching out my money like the Eiffel. Tall, ball out, tell bitch niggas to fall out. Candy coat the weird to crawl out. Sitting tough, give it up, I been what's up, these niggas suck. Tie my shoes so you fuck boys can't trip me up. They got me stuck, they musta got me mixed up. Quick, I'm on that new rich shit, rich new life. I know you feeling this, feeling this, feeling this, feeling this, feeling this, feeling this. And I ain't stunting none of y'all, just doing it right in front of y'all to see what y'all gon' do about it. Nothing. If you ever say you knew nothing about it, you bluffing. Cause you knew I was the shit when I opened up my lips. And when I opened up my lips, your girl opened up her lips and she start moving her hips. I'm controlling every outcome. I swear I got these niggas outdone. Flowers on their burial site, I got them outgunned. Mass murder, I'm in and out like a burglar. Turn niggas to superstars but no one ever heard of them. Now let the top back, I'm sick of throwing shots back. I'm headed downtown to Plush to throw some shots back. She kissing me in the club like we really just fell in love. I'm like, baby girl, you just drunk? She trembling off the E and the liquor make it no better. Now wake up and hit this funk, hit this funk, hit this funk, hit this funk. Round and round and round I go, cause I know, oh, I'm gonna be on the top soon. I'm gonna be on the top soon. Round and round and round I go, cause I know, oh, I'm gonna be on the top soon. I'm gonna be on the top soon. Yeah, gonna be on the top soon. We going straight to the top. Gonna be on the top soon. It's a rich new life. Gonna be on the top soon. I'm gonna be on the top soon. And if they ever tried to tell you I was grimy, they'll probably fail to tell you that all of them tried to sign me, but they numbers wasn't looking right. And so I kept it trucking, niggas wanted for the free. I'm like, hey, you getting money, right? So you can come up off it, I'm awfully sick of slaving. I feel I've been more than patient. I put on for my niggas, why they wanna come and take the throne from a nigga? We been going harder than a bone on these niggas. Now they all confused how we done grown on these niggas. Look at all this glory we done thrown on these niggas. And now they got the big head, forgot about the big bread. But life is only what you make it. At any given moment he can take it. So I keep it shaking, baking. Ain't nobody finna make me do a motherfucking thing. Round and round and round I go, cause I know, oh, I'm gonna be on the top soon. I'm gonna be on the top soon. Round and round and round I go, cause I know, oh, I'm gonna be on the top soon. 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 Top soon, top soon, top soon, top soon. Tyrell, have you ever seen a grown man drowning in his sorrow? Cause everything he ever got was borrowed, and he hoping he can make it back tomorrow by stealing another man's plan directly out his hand. Damn, vicious cycle, how I go off like a rifle, stretching out my money like the Eiffel. Tall, ball out, tell bitch niggas to fall out. Candy coat the weird to crawl out. Sitting tough, give it up, I been what's up, these niggas suck. Tie my shoes so you fuck boys can't trip me up. They got me stuck, they musta got me mixed up. Quick, I'm on that new rich shit, rich new life. I know you feeling this, feeling this, feeling this, feeling this, feeling this, feeling this. And I ain't stunting none of y'all, just doing it right in front of y'all. see what y'all gon' do about it. Nothing. If you ever say you knew nothing about it, you bluffing. Cause you knew I was the shit when I opened up my lips. And when I opened up my lips, your girl opened up her lips and she start moving her hips. I'm controlling every outcome. I swear I got these niggas outdone. Flowers on their burial site, I got them outgunned. Mass murder, I'm in and out like a burglar. Turn niggas to superstars but no one.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the No News Just Facts podcast on a Thursday going into a Friday. First of all, I just want to start by saying please make sure to tap in to the description for all of my links. Go follow me on Instagram, follow my TikTok. Starting to get started on working towards getting some more content for my Patreon. So be on the lookout for some things on there. You know, I'm not asking for any money, but I mean, if you love my content enough, you can go on there. Like I said, I'm not asking you for a lot of money. I'm just, you know, giving you a chance to see things that don't make it on here. Because YouTube is very strict about certain, they're very strict about certain pieces of content, of course, that is copyright restricted. So if you want to see an album review, like maybe I'm going to be doing the Gunna album review sometime soon. Going to do a Childish Gambino album review. You know, things like that. Things that I creatively could do on YouTube, but am restricted from doing. So, like I said, you can also go on that Patreon, and if you're a certain tier, you can request something for me to react to, or you can get an exclusive podcast from me, and you know, anybody I collab with and get a shout out, and so on and so forth. You know, I'm trying to move into like doing more and more content and do it as much as possible. I really gain a lot of like inspiration from people like Anton Daniels and just certain people who do podcasts and spend their time not only doing, you know, reactionary podcasts where they, you know, talk about things that they see on the internet, but newsworthy things and, you know, relationships and so on and so forth. I'm trying to expand my palette of things. So with that being said, we are going to get into the pieces of content that have hit these internet streets. I'm going to be doing my best to start with the BS, because I am not too high and mighty for the BS. Unless it's something that in my soul, in my heart, I just don't want to talk about because it's beneath me or too many people talking about it, and I don't even need to give it that sort of time. Like for instance, DJ Academics, aka Livingston Allen, the whole entire thing with him being sued by, you know, his former girlfriend or whatever. I think I talked about that like way back. Probably talked about that maybe 2-3 months ago. I don't think I need to keep leaning myself into something that everybody else is talking about just because it's clickable and it's this sort of like engagement farming. If I don't have anything to say about it, I just don't do it. So I think this first thing that I'm about to get into right now is very interesting. Going to be talking about the portal in NYC that goes, I guess it's shown to people in Dublin, Ireland. So we're going to get into this video right now because there was some controversy with this portal. Let's get into it.
From simply waving hello to starting a dance trend, you never know what you'll see when entering the portal.
So we're here on the corner of 23rd Street and Broadway, checking out the portal right behind me, connecting New York City and Dublin. What do you think of the portal so far?
Like more interactive than I thought it would be. I thought people would just stand there and look, but they reacted and it was really cool.
Technology creates a lot of boundaries in life, and like you don't have that connection, and so in order to see people in real time like interacting with you, that connection shows the bounds that technology can go towards and not just the boundaries it creates.
This sculpture runs a 24/7 live stream connecting the two cities, and it's not the first installation for the founder.
This is portal number 3. We have the first one in Lithuania, we have the second one in Poland, we have the fourth one in Dublin, Ireland, and together they connect to a network and invite us, the humans of planet Earth, to meet above all labels, all narratives.
The art has already attracted thousands of people, but some reports of inappropriate behavior have caused concern. The portal was temporarily shut down on Tuesday. When asked about the closing, the founder says it's a work in progress.
The portal was closed and New York was like, what's happening? What's going on?
Yeah, we are building in the open. It's a 24/7 project. We need to make lots of updates. We need to make lots of improvements. So it's an artistic project that requires lots of technical solutions that are really difficult.
You know, really, in my heart of hearts, I venture to wonder if this is like, if this invention or this piece of art is something that was predicted on The Simpsons. Because, The Simpsons is good for, predicting things. So I wonder if this was one of their predictions, a portal that is like basically live streaming another part of the world to another part of the world. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with the idea of one part of the world seeing another part of the world, but I mean I think that's what we have the internet for. That's what we have the internet for, and that's what we have. What is it? WhatsApp and FaceTime and all of that for, to connect with people from another part of the world. And of course, also social media is another thing that is used to connect people from one part of the world to another part of the world. I think eons and eons from now, I think this is a good idea. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this idea. I think that this more than likely could be something that could be used to connect with intelligence from away from Earth. As crazy as that's gonna sound coming out my mouth. I feel like this could be a gateway right here to being able to communicate with intelligence in space. And who's to say that our government already isn't on top of something like this? They probably had this idea or this invention as a top secret thing for probably 5 to 10 years, maybe. You never know, because they always, I feel like our government has a way of getting like knowing and understanding technology, more and more each time they are able to like find, certain people who get hired by the NSA, and work in cybersecurity and things of that nature, who like go above and beyond their means of knowing certain knowledge about artificial intelligence and counterintelligence and so on and so forth. So I think it's definitely a good invention, or it's crazy that this is even being called art, because this is just technology
For us, so we are working to make sure that the experience is lovely for everyone.
Is it your first day here?
Third day here.
We heard about the closure last night into this morning, and we're an app that fights loneliness and promotes kindness. So we were like, let's prove to the world we can play nice.
I've got family in Ireland, and I just think it's wonderful to be able to connect with people from across the globe. They can't hear us, we can't talk to them, but we're communicating just the same, and we're connecting, and we're making friends.
Gillies says creating the first one of these portals in 2021 took years in the making. Now it's a process of just a few months.
This is back in
with
20.
hopes
He
to
created
expand
this
to
back
other
in
countries.
2021.
So what cities are next, or what cities are on your mind to try?
We have a partnership with Piauí government of Brazil. We have a partnership with some African countries. So we are really building a network of
Oh,
sculptures.
you know he making. You know he making bank.
So on top of the real-time connection,
You know he
there's
making
actually
bank.
gonna be scheduled live
Got to
stream
be.
performances starting now up into the fall.
You know he making bank, bro. Nah, dude is making chili. He is for real making chili, bro. There was something else I seen. There it is right there. Look at this right quick.
Well,
I seen something else. This right here.
it's wrecked. The magical New York Dublin portal, a real-time video link designed to inspire, unite and brighten our lives, has instead turned into a transatlantic window of offensive, naked and drunken antics. Tonight, the portal is dark and we only have ourselves to blame.
Yep, the portal has been temporarily closed. The reason? My guess, Guinness.
Did we see this coming?
Kind of did.
Within hours of the video link opening, this Irish woman was arrested for drunkenly grinding. Later came
Well, we
this
can't
fellow
have
who
nothing.
showed New Yorkers his bold dance moves. He copped a mouthful.
Hey yo,
Glad to hear.
Then there was this guy
yo,
arrested putting things up his
buddy, what are you doing?
There are a few troublemakers.
Then came this moment when New Yorkers were shown an image of 9/11. Don't know why.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's no way for something good like this, for something positive to be around without somebody trolling or turning it into something hater type or we can't have nothing. That's really what it is. We can't have jack at all. Can't have nothing good. There's always gonna be somebody around to ruin or step on something.
We cannot have nice things.
Both cities
For
also
sure.
got a little cheeky with some quality twerking and some textbook mooning.
Wow.
But
it all went
Bruh.
tits up yesterday when this OnlyFans model showed off her twin towers.
I thought the people
Yeah,
would
okay.
see my 2 New York homegrown potatoes.
And then she gonna get on the internet and brag about it. For what? For what? You ruining the experience for everybody else. Who the hell, like, I'm sure there are some people who want to see that, but like, come on, man. It's a time and a place for everything. Come on, bruh.
The portal will reopen later this week when everyone's had a long, hard think about what they've done.
There's been 0.1% interaction that includes some hateful messages, some nudity, and that ruins it for everyone.
Ridiculousness, bro.
So it basically became chat room.
Ridiculousness, bro. Can't have Jack. Can't have nothing, man. Let me just move on from this, bro. Shout out to the person who invented the portal, bro. Live long and prosper, bro. Hopefully you make all chili, all stacks, bro. Make all your money. I kind of wish it was me who did it, bro. But yeah, we gonna move on from this. Let's see what we got going on. Oops. That's what he's showing that. I don't know why I'm showing that. So want to get into this real quick. Let me is it there? I'll put it up somewhere. It's one of these. No. Dang, I hate it when. All right, so apparently, there's more restaurant closures coming along in 2024. So I seen an article that had to do with Red Lobster being shut down. It's crazy that restaurants, and not even just restaurants, like stores and certain businesses that have been going for so long are just now just starting to like wind down and close because of our economy, our market, and what's going on. Look, I even see another article down here saying that Denny's is gonna close. Jesus Christ, what is going on, bruh? All right, so let me just read up a little bit just to see what's going on here. It says for more than 4 decades, you couldn't go too far down the road to a mall without passing by a Chili's restaurant. They're known for their baby back ribs, among other American food staples. That could be all changing as the restaurant landscape in America is abruptly shifting. Okay, it says Chili's is closing locations across America. Brinker International, the owner of Chili's, had a rough time in 2023, shutting down 16 Chili's restaurants across America. That trend looks to be continuing in 2024 for the chain restaurant, according to MSN. Chili's has closed 3 locations in 2024. They're Fort Wayne, Indiana, St. Joseph, Missouri, and Charlotte, North Carolina locations have been shut down. The trend continues from 2023 when Chili's closed locations in California, Tennessee, and Virginia. That it's saying here, why is Chili's shutting down across America? Brinker International said, and I'm pretty sure Brinker is the firm that owns Chili's, is saying performing that the locations or the restaurant in general is performing below our standards, and we're near or at the expiration of their lease terms. And I'm sure that means towards certain locations across America. Okay, it says a lot of eateries like Chili's, Applebee's, and Ruby Tuesday are also leaving their once popular mall locations. RJ Hatavi, head of analytical research at data analytics company Pacer AI, said traditional mall restaurants were casual dining chains like Chili's, TGI Fridays, and quick service restaurants and food courts. They want the drive-through locations now. Chili's had a good run in the 90s and the 2000s, and with the help of their iconic baby back ribs jingle, of course, I know that, I remember that. Run, don't walk to your local Chili's, as there is a chance it could be no more and close with no notice, like a few Chili's locations have done in recent past. So basically, hey man, enjoy Chili's now while you can, because your location could be next. And there was a video I was looking at, and it's so crazy because I keep seeing this. I got to find the video on TikTok. You know, right now, Chili's is probably the cheapest thing you can eat right now, to be fair. Chili's is literally cheaper than McDonald's right now. I just don't I just don't understand how it's even, I don't even understand how that's happening. It's cheaper to eat at Chili's right now. And who would have thought who would have thought the reason why their prices were so low is because their franchise as a whole is dwindling. But I mean, I think at the same time with a lot of these franchises, the reason why they're closing is because people don't sit down and eat anymore. Like at least families don't sit down and eat anymore. Like a lot of people DoorDash or do Uber Eats. And if they're not doing Uber Eats, I think that Chili's is the last resort for a family that's trying to have a dining experience. They'd rather go to like a buffet or something. And even buffets are not even thriving like that anymore. But I mean, Chili's is like last on the spectrum. A Chili's, a Ruby Tuesdays, all those places are like last on the spectrum train of like a family sitting down and eating. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they said tomorrow Applebee's is gonna, is starting to shut down, which I'm sure it's probably already starting to shut down in different places across America. But yeah, the family sit down eatery type thing is losing its value, unfortunately, and that's just the way it is in this economy, you know. And the article was saying something about, you know, people being geared towards fast food establishments more than places like Chili's, which is true. I mean, I don't really put it past, but even fast food restaurants are pretty, you know, are pretty hard to come by too, because they're raising up the prices, you know, raising up the prices. So I wanted to look at the video real quick to gain some more understanding.
You know y'all got something to do with this, right? Y'all know y'all got something to do with this, and y'all know exactly why y'all got something to do with this. Because whenever it was, I can't remember. Everybody was up in here talking about can't take me to Chili's, can't take me, can't take me that. Y'all are a contribution to my favorite being shut down, closing the goddamn doors. It ain't nothing I can do about it. The only thing that I can ask, because the Chili's that I go to, it be jumping. Don't let a game be on, baby. It's packed. Can we just close? Let mine be the last one. Let my Chili's close on December 31st, 2024. So that I can go and enjoy my bacon rancher.
Facts.
As many more times as I can before I can't
The
get
damn
no
Southwest
more.
egg rolls. Where I'm gonna get my Southwest egg rolls at now, bro?
I'm never too good for a Chili's. A Presidente? The queso? You know y'all got something to do with this, right? Y'all.
Man, bro, where am I gonna get my chicken crisper, my crispy chicken crispers, bro? Get a damn cheeseburger. Get a damn cheeseburger. Get a damn alcoholic beverage and sit down and watch the game, you know? But yeah, man, just the best thing to do is just enjoy Chili's while it's still here, because one day soon, every location of Chili's is going to be gone. And then every location of Applebee's is going to be gone. And then every location of Denny's is going to be gone. So I'm not even, most of those places I'm not even a fan of. But I mean, for the ones I am going to be partaking in and saying my last goodbyes. And it's so crazy. I feel like this is going to sound crazy, but I feel like McDonald's has a lot to do with some of these places closing down. Especially a place like Chili's that's like cheaper than McDonald's right at this very moment. Like they have something to do with that. They're like people going to Chili's to get their food now because it's cheaper. So now I don't know if I can't pull up an article right now, or maybe I can go back. I think I seen something where McDonald's was lowering the prices again because they see that people ain't buying their food. Costs almost, don't it cost almost $5-6 for a McChicken or something like that when it's supposed to be lower than that? It's craziness, man. You don't do that to people. The economy is garbage right now. And, you know, it's just telling for those people who like to enjoy fast food who don't really cook like that. So, yeah, man, that's the way the economy is right now. It's garbage, it's trash. Our food, the food we consume is garbage, and there are people who enjoy that food that is garbage, you know, because they can't cook or other circumstances in between that. And, you know, just like the food industry is garbage and there are a bunch of things in our food, the housing industry is garbage. And you know, certain other things that are important to us in life are garbage right now. Here in this country we like to call America. So, gonna move on from that. move on from that. So I'm gonna be going and switching to World Star. So it says AI is getting crazy. Dude interviews his AI digital twin, and it's both creepy and mind blowing. Okay, so let's get into it. AI has already been creepy enough as it is with what it's capable of. Let's get into it.
Read AI, introduce yourself to everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here today. I'm an AI-generated version of Reid Hoffman, his digital twin. My thinking and everything I am saying comes from a custom GPT that is
crazy.
based on 20 years of Reid talking and making content.
Yo.
So I've read all his books, watched his speeches, and listened to his podcasts. I think it gives me a pretty good sense of how you approach the world, Reid.
So first, I'm going to challenge Read AI with some questions to see what it can do and how good its content is.
Can you just imagine a version of yourself staring back at you that was made through AI? Man, I would be tripping right now, bro. He looked just like him. I would be out of my mind. I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to do this no more. This is freaky. This is weird, bro. I don't even, man. I couldn't do this right here. This is scary.
In mirroring what I might say.
Then the tables will turn, and I will challenge you with some questions about AI and tech.
Of course, there's a second question, whether or not I'll answer.
Well, okay. Challenge accepted.
Let's get started. Let's take a real piece of work from me, blitzscaling. I wrote a 336-page book. And how do you explain it in one sentence? To a smart person, to a 5-year-old, well, for the Star Trek fans, in Klingon, and as Jerry would explain it in Seinfeld.
Okay, condensing your entire strategy from a 336-page book into one sentence, and starting with the explanation for the smartest person in the world. Blitzscaling is a strategic acceleration of organizational growth to seize market dominance by prioritizing rapid expansion over efficiency, leveraging capital and network effects to outpace competitors in winner-takes-all markets, despite the attendant risks to scalability and operational stability.
That's
now,
a
for
long
a 5-year-old,
ass sentence.
blitzscaling is like building the biggest tower super fast before anyone else, even if it gets a bit messy, so you can be the leader of the tower game. And now for a Klingon, blitzscaling OH pus Vittelheg
No, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Hawk competition Vipo QA market Dahara. And finally, like Jerry, in a Seinfeld episode, blitzscaling, you know, it's when a company decides to floor it on the highway of business, ignoring the speed limit, racing to be the first to that big golden market share in the sky, all while hoping they don't run out of gas or, you know, hit a tree. It's like, who cares if we're burning cash like it's a bonfire? We're getting to the front of the line, baby. Efficiency? Please, that's for those in the slow lane watching us fly by.
Bro, that is freaky, bro. Nah, I ain't gonna lie, that's freaky. That's hella weird, bro. Oh my gosh. My anxiety would go up if I ever had to sit through something like that with an AI version of me staring back at myself. Yeah, man, that's some pretty interesting but scary stuff. AI is only going to continue to do more increasingly interesting yet terrifying things. Like eventually they're eventually gonna start making movies using AI, man, and it's gonna just be a script. What is it? Is this gonna be a script? They're not gonna need no actors. They're not gonna need no people holding microphones or nothing like that. Not even gonna need an editor, I don't think. It's just gonna be an AI movie. I came across like a AI comedy special. I wanted to react to that probably later on or the next time I do a stream, but I digress on that, man. Moving on. Okay, so it says, how would you have answered it? Chick asked her situationship if he's her man in front of his homeboys, and this is how it played out. Buddy got put in a tough spot. But he got put in a tough spot. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, no. I don't even think I can react to it because of the music in it. I'm gonna have to, let me see. Hold up.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Make sure my windshield, let me make sure my windshield wipers is, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, open the top of the sunroof and let that water rain down on y'all for a bit.
This is my man. Are you my man?
Huh?
Wow.
Are you my man?
Wow.
I can't really hear what you're saying.
Are
Wow.
you
Wow.
my man?
Hold on, what? Bro, they.
The tomfoolery has started. Women. The things that they will do, huh? The things that they will do. And then pulling it in front of my homeboys while they on the phone with me. What's up with that? What's up with that? I don't do this when you on the phone with your peoples. You know what I'm saying? You doing it with me. You know what I'm saying? Craziness. My boy in a tough position, nervously laughing and everything. Pray for this brother, man. Goodness, because these next few words could result in something very, very, very pivotally bad. Let's keep on going.
They keep on.
Are you my man?
Not the homies joining in.
Yeah. Yes, I'm a man.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Why she hit me?
Yes, what? Yes, what?
Yes.
You hate to see it, man.
Yes, I'm a yes. Yes.
Yes, you're a man?
No.
Yes,
not them
What?
follow it
No, I
in.
need you to reiterate what I said.
I know. I'm
His homies is terrible human beings for joining in on that rambunctiousness, man. It's ridiculousness, man. I'm not about to prove myself to you in front of my friends, bro. We not doing this. Then you doing it on camera. This could really be a skit, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's tough situation to be in. Tough situation to be in. I think I've had a moment like that before, and probably folded just like this man right here folded. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I mean, when you in love, or when you think you in love, that's what'll happen. All right, we moving on, and we got one of these freaky videos. Pause. Wild perv. Chick catches a man recording videos of her at the supermarket and gets him arrested. This is honestly why women don't like you approaching them in a public setting like this, because or maybe there are women who had this occurrence happen to them, and that's why they don't do too well with a public occurrence of a man trying to holler at them at the gym, at the grocery store, at the park, you know, at a restaurant, at a bar, because of nasty ass things like this. Let's get it started.
You're so salty. Nah. Back up. I'm gonna have somebody pull up for you. Watch. You want to be recording? Look, that's all me.
Wow.
Weird, bro. That's not me right there. I got somebody pulling up for you.
Ladies, don't be afraid to cause a scene. Do whatever. Don't let these disgusting men take advantage of you.
Weird. That's what he gets. Nasty. Should have popped him in his mouth.
Sick. Nasty as hell. freak nasty weird ish. Like, you got to really be a down bad individual to be sitting up here recording women, and this ain't even the worst one. I've seen one where a guy was going into was recording some woman from like the top of a I don't know if it was a bathroom stall or a dressing room stall or whatever. Like, who does that, bro? Like, bro, as crazy as it is to say this, but like, bro, go, I don't know, go watch some adult films or something like that. Don't be sitting up here recording women without their consent. Like, the worst thing our society could have given some of us is a cell phone. And with that cell phone, a lot of people do evil, disgusting, degrading things with our phones. And it makes it onto this beloved internet. And I sit up here and have to talk about it. And yeah, there are way worse cases than this. And I'm going to get into a way worse case later with a similar thing just like this, but it's even worse than this right here. So, disgusting, sick, and he deserves to get arrested for the peeping Tom BS he was doing in a grocery store, bro. Like, yuck. Boys is nasty, really down bad, not getting no poom poom at all. Doing that, like, yuck. But I digress, man. Let's keep on moving, bro. What we got over here? What we got? British chick. So this video is says British chick says her girlfriend cheated on her with a guy. Oh no. Got pregnant and tried to convince her that the baby was hers. That doesn't even sound right. Huh? A woman can't get pregnant by another woman? That doesn't even make no sense. What? Let's see what's to it.
Story time on how my ex-girlfriend cheated on me with a guy, got pregnant, and tried to convince me that the baby was mine. Right, you lot were hounding me for this one.
What?
You lot took it to the DMs and all sorts. So yeah, I'm just gonna share this story. Right, now this was a long time ago. We're talking about 8 years ago, and yes, I do count the years. I met this girl out once, so I was out clubbing, gay clubbing, and started talking to this girl. We exchanged numbers. Now I'm not gonna lie, guys, she was fire, like beautiful. Do you know what I mean? And we got talking. Now, as soon as we started kind of talking on the phone, the first red flag was she started trauma dumping. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like trauma dumping is a big red flag. And I must say, the level of mental health.
When she says trauma dumping, does she mean like somebody who's carrying a lot of weight that comes into a relationship, and that weight is so much that they have that they start dumping that trauma from, I guess, maybe a past relationship or trauma from their childhood or whatever, and they start dumping it on you? I know that all too well. I've been in a situation like that before. Let's keep on going.
For dealing with it is super severe. Like, some of the stuff that she had went through, I'll be real, guys. If it was me, I would have left Earth a long time ago. I'm not gonna lie. So please bear that in mind as I tell this story. And it, like, obviously, yeah, the thought process and everything was just all messed up. So
and you know the funniest thing about people who bring trauma into a relationship is that there are some people who bring trauma into a relationship that won't even have the decency to tell you that I'm dealing with stuff. There are people who get into relationships and don't even say anything. They try their best to hide it. They try their best to mask it. They try their best to put a Band-Aid on it so their partner won't see it. But eventually it just slowly starts to like unravel like a flower. And the other person in the relationship, you know, is not like a mind reader or a therapist or anything like that. So they're abruptly shocked by everything that is going on. I can definitely say I've been in this situation before because I was dating someone whose trauma just exactly how I explained it. It just unraveled and opened up slowly like a flower. And then just one day, everything just started to come out. And in that moment in time, thankfully for me, I know how to talk to people, and I know how to, especially if it's somebody that I'm involved with, I know how to like say specific things to bring it there to where like, hey, like what's the deal? Like what's going on? You know, you have to answer, you know, ask questions in a certain type of way to make your partner understand and get to the bottom of it, you know. So that it's very, if you're not somebody who's ready for that type of problem to occur, if you should ever run into that problem, just run the hell away. Get away from that. Get away from that situation. If you're not somebody who's into the whole consoling somebody and trying to detect whatever the issue is and why that person is having the issue, just get away. Anyway, let's keep on going.
We got talking. Now there was always like sexual chemistry between us. I'm not gonna lie, like it was very strong, very strong. But pretty early on, I kind of noticed that she weren't okay. Let's just say, and
she wasn't
when
okay.
I had met her, she was actually in a relationship at the time.
Oh.
And you know, like, I don't know if you have any of those friends where you can see how they are in a relationship, and you just know you'll never go there. Like you just
see
think,
now,
you'll never go there. Like,
see,
it can't work.
This presents
and
different
our friendship was very
damage
terrible.
now.
We would argue, we'll make up again, argue, and just to give you an idea to the extent of it, like every time we argued, for example, we wouldn't speak for weeks, sometimes a couple months, and it would always end up in her threatening me. Like she would always threaten to unalive me. I'm not joking.
Hey, yo, whoa. She would always threaten to unalive you. Yo, man, if you don't get away from man, I hope you didn't stay with that woman after she said that to you. What? Threatening to unalive you? No, that's the confirmation to get on, get away, get on, go somewhere else, find somebody else, because you're not about to be threatening to do nothing to me and I'm gonna keep staying with you. No, that it's an NO for me. That's heck nah. Tripping. What? That's wow.
You know, she would turn up at my house sometimes and
what?
Try and put my ties, try and smash up my yard. Like she was all over the place.
And let me guess, you was staying with her because of what she could, what she could do for you and how she could stimulate you. I never understand people who stay with somebody who do toxic things like that. They tearing up your house, they threatening you, but you steady staying with them. You steady staying with them, and then in this situation, she was the woman she was involved with was still in a relationship, which I'm sure is with the man in question. This too much for me. This would have been too much for me. All right, like, bruh, somebody that's already in a relationship And they causing you this much stress? Hell no.
And so our friendship lasted about 2 years before we started dating. So it was on and off, just crazy. And, you know, I used to have this thing called like savior syndrome. Maybe some of you can relate. You know, I've got a big heart. So, you know, I always try to, obviously I'm different now. I can't run that on me now. But, you know, I always try and give people grace. Do you know what I mean? Like I try and understand where they've come
I get
from.
that. I understand that.
Judge their decision makings.
Yeah.
You know, I try not to judge their decision making basically. And so yeah, like I said, she used to threatened my family as well.
Threaten your family too?
And I'm not trying to speak bad on her. This is just
Golly.
like I said, there's always mine, hers, and somewhere in the middle of the truth, right? And we got close, you know. I always made sure that I never done anything physical with her, as in I never put myself in any compromising situations. I never let her come around mine. I never went to hers. Every time we met, it was in a public place because I knew if me and an attractive girl,
You'll probably do something.
It would be game over. So I never put myself in that position because I just never wanted to go there. So after about
That's a smart thing to do.
having this turmoil friendship, I remember one of my friends had said to me, "Do you know what? You might as well just give her a chance and date her because nobody likes her but you." And the reason why she said this because she also threatened my friends. She used to threaten me to unalive them all. I don't know why she wanted to unalive
She threatened your friends too?
And it sounds crazy. And look, I know you lot obviously that last TikTok I made, you lot were laughing, kiki and carking, but
what the hell?
Guys, I'm not even joking. And so one of my friends had convinced me, like, look, just give her a chance because why not? Like, you guys have been friends for 2 years now. There must be something about her that you like. I still blame my friend till this day. I thought, you know what? Maybe she's right.
And you listen to your friend.
We kind of started seeing each other. Now
I really hope and pray that that person is not your friend anymore. That friend egging you on to date this woman after this woman done threaten your family, threaten you, threaten the friends. Somebody got to be smoking something because I don't get it. I don't understand it. Why would I could never be somebody's friend and then encouraging them to get with the crazy chick. Like, what is that? What is that? How you gonna be my friend and encouraging me to date a clinically insane woman? Like, what? What is that?
Gone over to her house. First mistake I made, and obviously, you know,
You went over to her house.
We done adult things, you know, as it happens. And then the next red flag for me, well, this was like the third or fourth red flag. She told me like she had loved me the next day.
This is about the 10th red flag, to be honest with you.
Comfortable, and I thought, oh, I kind of messed up with this situation, but I kind of, you know, dipped my foot in it. So I thought I'm just gonna see this through now. So we started dating and we were officially together. Now, we didn't date long, by the way. It was like 6 weeks. That's how much I could have taken of this girl. Now, the first time we started dating, I remember she started talking to this other stud. Now, I knew this stud, and she was obsessed with this stud, and I couldn't understand why. And to cut a long story short, she ended up cheating on me first time with this stud. Like, and the way I found that out was because I remember I was at her place one time, and she kept saying, oh, you know, can you meet her? Can you meet her? So I already know who the girl is, and it was pissing me off that you're obsessed with this girl. And then I did the phone test. You know, when you like grab someone's phone and then their reaction. Obviously, I don't do stuff like that now. Like I said, it's a long time ago, guys. Don't judge me. And then I knew
I'm not judging you.
Something going on. So she admitted to me that the girl liked her, but she pretended that she didn't like the girl. And then I said, I feel uncomfortable with your friendship, so I didn't want her to be friends with the girl anymore. And then 1 minute she'll say, okay, I won't be friends with her. And then 2-3 days later, she'll be like, no, I really want to be friends with her. So it got to a point where I said, you know what, do what you want. Like, I can't deal with this.
Yeah.
And then,
right.
When she one time she said she went to go hang out with her, and I said, you know what, you're actually taking a piss. Like I'm over this. I'm over this relationship.
Cause she playing you for real.
Oh yeah. After we had this big,
she playing you.
Must have Snapchatted a video of her going to this girl's house, and they were laying in bed. They weren't doing nothing, but they were just laying in bed.
Yeah, to make you jealous.
Like my ego was hurt, everything. And
yeah, she was making you jealous.
Well, yeah. And so, anyways, after I saw that, I kind of just broke up off with her. Yeah.
Good.
And then she called me a few days later, crying, threatening to unalive me.
Oh my gosh. The thing most people who have trauma and baggage do is play the victim, and I hate it so much. I hate it for people who have big hearts and care so much, and love with their whole heart, is that they have to deal with BS like that from people who are being manipulative and shrouded in trauma and trying to turn things on you and spin things on you with victimization. I hate that so much for people like that, man. I really do.
I was threatened many times, and then I thought to myself, look, I know she's cheated on me, but I need to figure out how it's true. So I said to her, look, you got one chance to admit the truth to me. If I find out you're lying, you will never ever have me again. And she panicked and obviously admitted to it, and I was fuming. So anyways, there's some big hoo-ha. I broke up with her. Now, we had broken up at this point, so this is the first time she cheated on me. She cheated on me twice, as far as I know. Hey, it could have been many times, I don't know. Now, when we broke up, we had been broken up about 4 weeks at this time. This girl was texting me, calling me.
Oh, she's
so
obsessed.
Many numbers I've had to block, so many Instagrams I've had to block. Like, she was just crying. 1 minute she'll be trying to graft me, then the next minute threatening to unalive me.
She
again.
felt bad.
It just kept going on and on. And then one day she must have messaged me a picture of an ultrasound scan. Now, guys, I don't know anything about babies. I don't even know like how many weeks you can get an ultrasound scan. But she sent me a picture of an ultrasound scan, and I was like, what? And I was just like taken back by it. And you know that feeling when you get like a picture, your heart starts doing pitter-patter, pitter-patter, yeah? And I thought to myself, I'm not gonna lie, and maybe some of my lesbianos out there can relate. Just think about it, girls, yeah? Think about it. If you've dealt with a girl and you suddenly get a picture of like a scan, an ultrasound scan, just for a second, don't judge me, guys, just for a second.
I'm judging you right now. I ain't gonna lie.
Is that mine? Like, just for 0.
You're a female.
Just for 0.
You're a female who likes females. How does that even? Somebody tell me how that works. Like, I don't understand that. You're a female who likes females. Why would you ever? Like, I'm not. As far as I know, females who be with females don't be getting. That can't happen. So what? Like, what are you in fear about? I'm just saying, like, make that make sense to me. Oh God.
And my heart was going off, and I thought, no, I'd like behave yourself. And I said, what's this? So she mentioned I'm pregnant. My heart just dropped, because I thought, not only did I know you cheated on me and you're stressing me out about trying to get back with me, now how are you pregnant? Because you cheated on me with a girl, so I don't understand where this guy.
That wasn't no girl.
Was involved.
That wasn't no girl.
So, at this
it
point,
was a
she
nigga.
been calling me. I said, why are you calling me? She's like, I'm pregnant. I said, what's that got to do with me?
Exactly.
She's like, yeah, it's yours. I just hung up.
Exactly. Exactly.
I thought, wait, what? What do you mean it's mine? She's like, are you going to help me look after the kid? I said, are you actually all right?
Man.
How would I help you look after this kid? It's nothing to do with me.
Man.
And I said, furthermore, how many weeks are you? She says to me, 6 weeks. So I'm there like doing up calculations like.
Why are you even doing up calculations is beyond me.
4 weeks at this point.
You was a female.
And you're telling me you're 6 weeks pregnant. So that means you must have got with someone, do you know what I mean, when we were together. And I'm just all sorts of pissed. I thought, I'm never dealing with this girl again. Like,
Yeah, she got with a nigga.
But
she got with a nigga and he put that mushroom tip in her. And yeah, that's what happened. 6 weeks ago, she got that mushroom tip put in her. She took a dip on the other side and yeah, they got to wrap it, and that's how it happened. That's what she basically trying to tell you. But she's in guilt mode. She's in victimization mode. Being in victimization mode while still trying to be manipulative and still throwing trauma on top of that, and doing all these little divisive these little things to set off a trigger in you. That's all that is.
It was so much drama. I was just kind of like, I wanted to be done with it, innit? This girl did not leave me, and I have to make.
How did you end it?
I said the mental health was mental health in.
For
I
sure.
had my own baby reindeer episodes. She was Martha level.
I don't understand the reference.
Understanding of actually the depths of her trauma. Yeah, like till this day, it's 8 years on. Till this day,
She's still talking to you?
She still calls me.
Really?
I don't know how many Instagram accounts I've.
How the hell?
Maybe 15. How many numbers of us I've blocked?
She said that was 8 years ago and she's still trying to contact you. What? Man, where's the other part to that? She's still contacting you? That's crazy. Oh, nah. Man, she's still contacting you and using different phone numbers and using different social medias to get to you? Goodness. Now, that woman is possessed, bro. Whoever that woman is, she's possessed. And she needs deliverance. That's what she needs. She don't need to be bothering her no more. She need deliverance. Golly. I thought the chick telling the story was crazy for even still entertaining that while she was involved with her. But yeah, I see that the woman in question is the real. Yeah, she needs help, real help, not no help for play. But yeah, man, I'm gonna move on from that, bruh. Moving on from that. That was actually pretty crazy. I ain't gonna lie. That story was pretty crazy. It just went from, that story literally just evolved from being just like, you know, her talking about, you know, the trauma baiting of the woman she was involved with and her having a big heart and looking past things, to that woman that she was involved with being overly a disruptor and manipulator and mental health that hasn't been unchecked type of woman. But yeah, man. Moving on from that. Let me moving on from that, bro. What is this right here? DJ Academics. I said I wasn't gonna talk about DJ Academics, but luckily this is something that has nothing to do with that thing he has going on with his ex-girlfriend or whatever. It says, "You have no morals. Why are you smashing everyone's wife?" DJ Academics turns on Drake, not the Drake sympathizer, not the #1 fan of Drake. He's damn near the #1 fan of Drake. I don't know if it's him or Los Polios or the Mallory twins or Drewski or whoever the hell is a super overly Drake fan. I don't know who the biggest fan is, but I'll tell you one thing. He's in my book, he's the #1 Drake sympathizer. He's the #1 Drake sympathizer. I was online one like recently, what is it? Yesterday or maybe some hours earlier, and I seen a video where DJ Academics was talking about Drake's sleep schedule during his recording of For All the Dogs. And I'm just like, okay, this is creepy. This is weird. You know the nigga's sleep schedule? That's too much. It's too much. It's too much for me. Too much. Like, it's one thing to be a fanatic of somebody. It's one thing to admire somebody's work or somebody's profession, but to know how much sleep a celebrity has had, that's too much. It's too much. But let's get into it.
Drake, even as much as I defend you, you're a serial up nigga, man. Wayne got locked up. You his girl. Drama paid you for a feature. You his girl. Yo, what's up with you, bro? What the fuck is going on with Drake, bro? Yo, Drake, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Like, nigga, you're Drake.
And I ain't gonna lie, that is true though. And those are the ones that are confirmed. What about the ones that ain't confirmed? What about the ones that we don't know about? from people who ain't no celebrity or nothing like that. That is true. I can't even believe I'm hearing this though from him of all people.
Of course, you're gonna be able to any girl, but what is coming across like you don't got no goddamn morals, you don't got no integrity.
So what does Drake do right now? The one idea was Drake should drop a song on BBL Drizzy.
Yeah, he just needs a hit, and BBL Drizzy
Is a hit. And then I saw FA post this, and FA was like, he should just flip BBL to Bad Bitches Love Drake.
Yeah.
BBL, Bad Bitches Love Drizzy.
Yeah.
And use the beat, so you leaning into the jokes that people are making. And then, unfortunately, he might just have to say, I f***ed all these guys, girls, and that's why they upset. Because I think at this point, it seems to me at this point, maybe like... It seems like he's just trying to fuck everybody's girl. Put it that way.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
And if you are that type of dude, like, and you're doing it specifically because it's a domination thing over the man,
Yeah.
you're not gonna curry favor amongst the community.
I've heard it's not even just rappers. It's anybody he meets. It could be a fucking...
Yeah, but you have to realize, like, they have to realize something that doesn't hurt every man's ego. Especially if we talk about rap. We talk about rappers who got girlfriends or wives or whatever. Bro, they're rappers. They're rappers just like you're a rapper. They're ball players. They're football players. They're basketball players. They're people in the tech field. If they got one woman, they can always get another. Like, come on, man. Like, Drake, I'm sure the women Drake be picking belong to a lot of high esteemed people. You know, these ain't just no slim pickings that you can find in the club in a random club. You know.
Executive at a bank that he's working with. If he got a wife, I'm gonna try to fuck this guy's wife or girl, whatever.
This is allegedly the Bobby Alton thing.
Sick, bro.
Oh, wait a minute, tell me.
Like, this is like the rumor with this. Again, no one knows, but like she does the pod with him. They're in the bed together doing the pod, right? Goes crazy viral, and then she breaks up with her husband shortly thereafter. And then there's all this speculation that he like smashed and it caused an issue with the relationship. Again, no one knows if this is true, but this is like the rumor on the internet.
Oh, wow.
Also, the guy she filed for divorce.
What?
The husband filed for divorce.
Yeah. I mean, so, yeah, listen, it just seems to me like when everybody in the industry, not a single person will stand up for you. So not one person has like spoken out.
Nope.
To me, that means you don't have a lot of people in the industry that care about you winning.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to want a feature from Drake.
Yeah.
So I'm like, how has he not built up this like great rapport with everybody? He's handing out features to everybody that get these #1 singles. Like, I'm looking at this from the outside, you know, I mean, I'm a total casual. But I'm like, wow, this is f***ed up. This guy puts so many people on and nobody's standing up for him. Like, this is crazy.
Yo, Drake, I'm gonna just keep it a beam with you, bro. Bro, you my GOAT, you my favorite artist. But bro, you gotta stop the nigga behavior, bro. Why are you so fucking niggas bitches, bro? Like, bro, like, you know niggas gonna hate you for life off of that shit. Why the hell is you over here trying to still fuck these niggas bitches? Yo, The Weeknd, from what I've heard, he don't, like, they had a little tit for tat, like, but nigga, I heard that nigga hate Drake because Drake tried to fuck or either fucked his girl, bro. Like, Drake, like, you're
It's like you almost have to like wonder in your head, like, who's worse, Drake or Shaq? Who's worse, Drake or Shaq? Because you got Shaq. I keep seeing like videos of people saying that, like, hey, Shaq tried to holler at my baby mama, or Shaq tried to holler at my baby mama, or Shaq tried to holler at my girl, or Shaq tried to holler at my wife. It's crazy, man. These celebrities, man, they think they can just have whoever they want. And, you know, it's not too far-fetched that they can have whoever they want. But, I mean, Some dudes ain't gonna take that, and they'll probably be like, I don't care who you are. I don't give a damn who you are. I don't care if you are Drake. Okay, so what? I don't care if your name is Shaq, bruh. This mine over here. Stay in your place, man. I mean, the hoology of certain celebrities with money, man. That's definitely something that needs to be examined and talked about more. You know, having a lot of money doesn't mean you can find true happiness or true love. But I mean, I know there's a lot of people who aren't celebrities who have a lot of money that don't care for love. They just want whatever can have whatever can hold them together for a moment, and in turn those lovers or partners or whatever that you want to stimulate for a moment can hurt you like just like the woman before that I was just taking a look at. She was going after something that was a moment, and in the long run she got hurt. In the long run, something that is short-lived hurting you in a longer facet is what's being experienced here with people who have a certain amount of money or live in a certain tax bracket. I feel like that's what's going on here with Drake. You know, he's making his quest for moments with other people's spouses, other people's girlfriends. He's the real life Tyrone. If anybody remembers who that is, the dude. I'm Tyrone, and I'm here to fuck your wife. That guy. That's who Drake is right now.
Foul for that. Why are you doing this? I'm listening to this nigga sing on this album, bro. Like, this nigga, like, clearly, he's still mad. Line Drake, even as much as I defend you,
Talk about the weekend. This is Drake.
Up, nigga, man. Wayne got locked up. You f***ed his girl.
That's funny.
Drama.
But anyways, man. Yeah, man. Drake is just in that moment the same way Shaq is in that moment. The same way there are celebrities that, you know, we don't hear about who are in that moment of just going after spouses and girlfriends and stuff and situationships and stuff, and feeling like they can bruise the ego of the next man who has probably the same amount of money as them, or maybe has a lesser amount of money as them. But money doesn't create personality, in my opinion. And there are some people out there who are incredible with personality, but don't have all the millions in the world. There are people who have millions in the world who have garbage personalities or garbage human beings just because they have money, you know. But I digress on that one. Gonna be moving on from this. See what we got next. Okay. Oof. This ain't even a video. I don't know if I want to go into this one just yet. Let me see. You know what? Let's just do it. Screw it. There's no video for this one. This is just a story I found. Thought it was pretty interesting just because of how I feel the way just the church is nowadays. Don't get me wrong, there are churches that are You know, there are certain places of worship that are immensely sacred and they do everything right. And then, you know, you have the ones that are on the topic of the spectrum of people who are Christians, like, you know, like Mike Todd, for instance, Joel Osteen, Bishop T.D. Jakes. They are always on the brink of controversy. Geno Jennings, they are always all on the brink of controversy within their own core community. So, with that being said, this is and I read this first little sentence right here that's attached to this picture. It says, Catholic priest under investigation after telling audience that Jesus Christ had a rock solid penis when he died on the cross, which is absolutely blasphemous and disgusting, by the way. Disgusting. Why? Like the enemy is really out here with putting these false idols in front of believers and just fooling them. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. A Catholic priest has been reprimanded after telling his stunned worshipers that Jesus Christ had an erection when he died on the cross. Father Thomas McHale, the priest at Our Blessed Lady Immaculate in Black Hill, Consent County, Durham, I'm sure that's North Carolina, took to the pulpit as normal on Good Friday. However, the 53-year-old, who is from America, or this could be outside the country, I don't know, is understood to have told the congregation, roughly 100 Catholic residents, that blood would have rushed to the lower body of Jesus as a result of the violent execution method of crucifixion. A practitioner told the Times he told people Jesus died with an erection. The church was shocked. There were young families there. Exactly. There's children around. Like, why are you saying that? Like, what would, like, I'm sure he was possessed. Father McHale is understood to have not lost his job despite complaints. What? I don't understand this. He didn't lose his job after that? He didn't lose his job after that? After saying that in front of old people, young people, children? That's sick. I ain't gonna lie, that's disgusting. That is sick, bro. Every day, every single day, people fall short of the glory of God. And this is just reminiscent of proof of that. I don't want to make it a race thing, but a lot of times, and I don't want to like place it on one denomination, but I mean, you know, there have been a lot of things that have corresponded as, you know, happening in the Catholic Church. And I don't want to put it all on the whole entire denomination of Catholic people, but I will say that a lot of times there are some churches that are Catholic where things like this happen, and it's not really a shock. It's not really a shock that it happens. I can say I'm presently not surprised to hear that this is happening in a Catholic church. It's something that I've probably in my past life, I've probably heard a story like this, or it's probably shown up on the news way worse than this. Yeah, all you can do is, and the worst part about this is that like the guy didn't even get like any type of discipline. Like when you do like when you do something wrong in the name of the Lord, in the house of the Lord, you should definitely be like reprimanded. You should definitely be disciplined for, basically like basically being embarrassing in the house of the Lord. And nothing happened here. This is recent. This happened in I guess this happened in April, or it happened in March. I think Easter was in March, if I remember correctly. So this happened in March. It's not too far ago, not too far back. So I think it's absolutely ludicrous that this priest didn't get disciplined, but I guess that's the way things go with the church, and that's how they operate in a Catholic church. So keep on moving. All right. So I want to pause this first. Hold on. Let me pause it first. So there's not really too much going on here. But I seen this. Family Matters star Darius McCrary, aka Eddie Winslow, releases OnlyFans content with what is that they put right there? I don't know if y'all can see that. It says Decepticon Sydney Star, aka Transformer. So, if you don't know who Sydney Star is a transformer who's synonymous for allegedly being with certain celebrities and telling stories about these certain celebrities that they were with. And now the latest person in the fold of this is Darius McCrary. I don't necessarily, there's not really too much on that. Like I seen another video of him with Sydney Star and just doing a whole bunch of I don't know. I think Darius kissed Sydney Star. And I was like, oh yeah, whoa. What we got going on there, buddy? What you doing? You do know that Sydney Star is a yeah. I don't think there's really anything here to really speak on, but my reaction is definitely like, I don't know if I have anything to say about this. Like, it's just like, hey, yo.
Please, I'm your Krishan Rod.
Just go get a fucking tooth with my face on it.
I'm your Krishan Rod.
Just go get it.
Krishan Rock and Blueface, here we come.
No.
Wait, they got back together.
No, that's not what we're trying to do. That's not.
We're money makers in business.
This is worse than when like I think there was something with like Malik Yoba, and he was in a situation just like this. This is yeah, man. I could say that, I'm shocked, but like, bro, he's been in Hollywood his whole childhood and adult life. So I can't say I'm really surprised by this being a thing. So I don't really got too much else to say about it. And I'm going to be moving on from it. All right, now I'm gonna move on from that. Let me see here. Okay. On to something a little bit more serious. So, a Las Vegas father arrested for fatally pewing a neighbor who exposed his genitals to his wife and children. Man, these different things just keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse as time goes on. The cases of freaky, disgusting old men and freaky, disgusting pedos. It just continues to get more and more disgusting as time goes on. And the cases just continue to just like rack up and like, man, bro. Yuck. Let's listen to this, man. Let's see what is on.
All of our kids in the car. He starts talking shit and he starts pulling his out in front of all my kids. So my husband shot him. I need police here right now because this guy that just moved in next door is over here tweaking out, yelling at my husband because he keeps on grabbing his.
Oh.
Is that gunshots? We have all of our kids in the car.
Hey, yo. Yo, she was on the phone when dude said, you know what? I'm tired of you. Pew, pew. Yo. He deserved it though, man. Like, you doing that in front of my wife and you doing that in front of my wife and my kids, bro? Like, what you on, bro? Who knows, man? He could have been on drugs for all we know. But even still, that still doesn't give you the right to like walk up to somebody and a family and just expose yourself to them. Like, what's wrong with people, bro? Just out here just being disgusting, bro, being nasty. If you're nasty, be like, bro, like go be in the house and be nasty. Be by yourself and be nasty, bro. Like, sick of these peon ass people doing nasty stuff, bro. I wish that, like, man, nasty. Ugh. Nasty, 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 bro. Bro. Nah, for real, man. Where's the dude who shot dude? Like, where is the guy who, you know what I'm saying, did what he did? What jail is he at, bro? Let me put some money on his books because he did what he had to do to protect his family from a sicko. For sure. Where is the GoFundMe to get him out, man? Let me put some money on his books, bro. Because for sure, man, he's an American hero, bro. For real. Keep on moving, man. Keep on moving. Salute to dude for doing what he had to do. I wish I could say that I was done with the disgustingness. But now we're starting to get a little bit closer to more serious things, but I'm not done with the overwhelmingly disgusting stories that I conjure up to talk about here. So I got one more. I think this is going to be the last one. There's no more disgusting stories, okay? No more disgusting. I promise. I think this is the last one. So, man, as you can see right there, it says, man pleasures self, leaves bodily fluids on shopper. I couldn't believe it when I seen the news. I saw like a news video on Instagram, and for some reason I can't find that news clip anymore. So I went and looked for the story. Let me see here. This is in Georgia. Chamblee, Georgia. It says Chamblee Police Department, I hope I'm saying that correctly, is reporting that a man allegedly, you know what I'm saying, pleasured himself on a woman at the Whole Foods store at 5001 Peachtree Boulevard near Claremont Road in Chamblee on May 11th. Horrified and enraged, just no words, disgusted, said Dr. Sabine Lavelle, a plastic surgeon. With that, we just go ahead and play the video real quick.
But we begin tonight with that disturbing story in Chamblee, and we do want to warn viewers, the details may be considered graphic. Good evening, I'm Russ Spencer.
I'm Courtney Bryant. Chamblee police say a man is accused of performing a sex act on himself and leaving bodily fluids on a woman at Whole Foods.
Our Fox 5's Mary Smith is live outside Chamblee Police headquarters after speaking with the victim tonight. Mary?
Yeah, that's right. The victim says this happened during what was supposed to be a routine trip to Whole Foods, but the unthinkable happened. Horrified and enraged. Just no words. Disgusted. Dr. Sabine Lovell, a plastic surgeon here in Metro Atlanta, is still processing what happened to her during a trip to this Whole Foods on Peachtree Boulevard in Chamblee Saturday. I was going to pick up a couple things. I see this gentleman walking down the aisle who's pretending to be shopping, and he's holding a basket. And he looked kind of like a normal gentleman, like late 20s, early 30s, nothing like extra suspicious about him. She says she then reached for a bag of chips, but felt something on her back. So I bent over to grab the chips.
I just thought of something. This connects to matter of fact, let me find it real quick. Let me find it real quick. This connects so perfectly. To something I just thought about. And I should have did this before I even started like playing the video. Let's see here. Watch this. This goes hand in hand with this.
I was on a bus that was held hostage 45 minutes. It wasn't life-threatening. I don't want to give you that impression. It was a dude jerking off, but the shit was scary, son. Scary. Right before it happened, I was on the bus smoking a cigarette. It's a long story. It's not the coolest shit I ever did.
That correlates so that portion of Dave Chappelle's For What It's Worth comedy special correlates so crazy. Like I feel like Dave Chappelle is like some type of like fortune teller or something like that. He can see the future because like you know, it's not directly, you know, right in line with this scenario and situation, but it's like almost. I'm sure if you go and look at all of Dave Chappelle's comedy, you could probably find a joke that has to do with this exact situation. And I think that joke right there has to do with this actual situation. Like not like exactly, but in some form or fashion.
And as I was doing that, I felt something like wet and warm on my back. And so I put my hand on the small of my back, and then I saw that it was like this gooey, you know, white substance. And I turn around and I see this guy looking at me, and then he zips his pants up.
My goodness.
Told Fox 5, once she realized what happened, she chased the man before calling police. I wanted to draw as much attention as possible to the situation so that there would be a lot of witnesses. Chamblee police say a witness saw the man drive off in a black Kia. Investigators told Fox 5 they identified a person of interest, and the investigation is ongoing.
And he wasn't even homeless? It's crazy.
Sure he's done this before, or this could escalate to something more like rape or murder. So I want to make sure that this goes on his record and it follows him. And a spokesperson with Whole Foods said
Wait, he got away?
Cooperating with the police investigation. We're live in Chamblee. Mary Smith, Fox 5.
Bro, he got away? Bro got away in his black Kia? Man, buddy said, I'm getting away. It's not funny. Like, it's not funny at all. Like, no man should be invading a woman's space, you know, unless she wants that man to invade her space, you know, or, you know, go up and talk, you know, like if you're gonna be weird, go be weird at home, bro. Go like Go beat yourself up at home, man. Like don't be at the grocery store, and then unwarrant yourself on a woman. Like, man, like, bro, a woman that you don't even know. First of all, a woman that you don't even know, bothering that woman while she's trying to shop, and then just doing something so nasty and disgusting as to finish off on a woman and then run on out to your black kid. No, you should have you should have like took your scolding or whatever she was gonna do to you like a man, and like, bro, that's some coward stuff, bro. That's some disgusting, nasty coward stuff. Him actually getting away is like that's crazy. Like, it's crazy to me. Like, bro, if you want to beat yourself, go home and do that, bro. Why be out in public and show that you don't need to be in the public with everybody. It's not good. It's not good at all. And then he's gonna go to another store and go do that again, and then I hopefully he gets caught at some point. Hopefully they have out a search warrant for him or something like that, because no person should be out in the world doing sick, disgusting things like that to any woman at all, violating their space, and even more than that, doing what he did. It's a no-no. It's a big no-no. Moving on. Let's see here. Let me see what I got. What is this? You know what? We're getting a little bit more serious now, so I'm working my way up to my very last two videos that are the reason why I've been here, that I want to cover and touch on. Did I say that correctly? That I want to cover. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Okay. So we're going to be looking at rapper, if I even want to call him that, person who is into doing a type of music, the doors to success, Lil Uzi Vert. I don't know why I clicked on this or what to entail, but I believe that this is this YouTube page does a lot of exposing of rappers, so I think that this is something that's going to be good to examine. So let's get into it. Shout out to this YouTube channel. See the wait, if I remember his YouTube page correctly. Hold on, let me go back. What is his YouTube page? See Through the Script. Shout out to him. Go and check out his YouTube page. He has a lot of things on the entertainment industry, the music industry. He likes to expose things. Just like the other gentleman. What is his name? I always watch videos from him. There's actually a video from him that I have on here that I'm going to go to next after this. What is his name? Truth Is. Yeah, Truth Is another one that y'all need to go subscribe to. He has very good content, very exposing, truthful content, and he don't give a darn what anybody thinks. He's gonna expose your favorite rapper. He's gonna expose your favorite entertainer and open your eyes whether you want them to be revealed and opened to something that is pretty much past your biasness of somebody that you love. Let's get into it.
Yo, what's up, y'all? It's your boy Script here, back with another episode of The Doors to Success. If you're new here, I've been making videos exploring the lives of entertainers, mainly hip-hop acts, delving into the concept of selling one's soul. For a long time, there's been a persuasive belief that artists and entertainers must undergo various rituals to achieve ultimate fame. The idea of selling one's soul is as old as time, and is viewed differently based on one's individual perspectives on faith and religion. Some see it as compromising their moral compass for material gain, separate from any supernatural deity. Others believe artists are truly giving themselves to a devilish figure, or maybe industry execs, often termed the unseen forces in the music business.
And then some people think it's just rap music. It's not just rap music. It's pop music. It's jazz music. There's a story about a musician, a blues musician, who sold his soul to the devil in like the 60s or something like that. And he was a famous blues singer, and he died at an early age. Like it's not just predicated to just rap music. Rap music is the easiest. I feel like rap music is the easiest tool for evil to grab and grasp onto, because young people love rap music, and not even only rap music, hip hop music, because there's a difference between the two. It's the easiest thing to grab at, because it's for the young folks. It's for the young folks. No matter what anybody has to say, it's always going to be something that is geared towards young people, because young people, there's always going to be a new gangster rapper. There's always going to be a new conscious rapper. And they're going to be young. All of your favorite rappers blew up when they were young, and they're older now, or at their peak, or not even rapping anymore, but they were young once upon a time in their life, and they were rapping a certain way. A lot of them, to their wisdom and growing and growth, they don't rap or speak the way they did when they were young. And yeah, that's pretty much a tool that is used. That rap music is a tool that's used by evil, by Satan, because he knows that young people love rap music.
Around 2015, DJ Vlad interviewed New York rapper Nori, who discussed his experience with fame and had referred to a pivotal moment in his career where he was confronted with 3 options, likened to doors he had to pass through. These doors encompass the actions fans speculate artists must do to take their careers to the next level. And these doors involve A, sacrificing a friend or family member, B, engaging in fruity activities, or C, pursuing an independent route. In today's episode, we're diving into the world of Lil Uzi Vert to see what doors he's seemingly passed through himself. Born Samir Baisal Woods on July 31st, 1995, in the Francisville neighborhood in North Philadelphia, specifically repping the 17th and Ridge Avenue area, Woods was always known amongst his friends to be a unique and charismatic person, which seemed to stem from his love for both hip-hop but also punk and alternative rock music, ranging from artists such as Pennsylvania's own Meek Mill and Wiz Khalifa, all the way to Marilyn Manson, My Chemical Romance, and more.
So he really like rock music?
His style as he grew into a bigger artist, which we'll get into later.
That's crazy. He really actually likes rock music?
It wrote, starting to rap in the 10th grade
Crazy,
after hearing
bro.
a classmate, William Aston, freestyle. Woods and Aston went on to form the rap group Steaktown, which broke up when Woods was 17. He then decided to drop out of school and started working at the American soft discount grocery chain Bottom Dollar Food, but managed to get let go.
In my opinion, I also think that Uzi is an industry plant, because before he was like, he got on like DJ Drama's record label, the record label with DJ Drama. Is it my generation or some whatever the name of that their record company is. I had never heard of him before. I'm not sitting up here saying I am somebody who listens to Uzi at all, but I ain't gonna sit here and lie and say I ain't never heard his music before. Like I've heard his music before. I've heard it on the radio, or I've heard it in a club setting or something like that. And like I said, up until he was signed or brought on by DJ Drama and is it DJ Scream? Is it DJ Scream or I think it's DJ Scream. By DJ Scream and DJ Drama. I had never heard of him or his music. Like, usually when somebody who is combing through the reins of rap music, like you get to at least see like who they were before. You know what I'm saying? Like you get to see the independent grind, the person, the rapper who's your favorite rapper who wasn't signed before. Like for instance, I can use Drake as a good example. Drake was so far gone. He wasn't signed to no record label. He was just a guy with a mixtape. That's it. He wasn't signed to no record label yet. Or I could use what is it? Like Meek Mill, before he was ever on any label, whatever. He was doing those Flamers mixtapes. He wasn't signed to no label. He was just doing mixtapes. Chance the Rapper is another one. He wasn't on no record company or anything like that. He had Acid Rap and the 10-day mixtape. Those are mixtapes he did when he wasn't on a record label or anything like that. With Uzi, I don't really get that. It's like as soon as DJ Drama like got the chance to get him and brought him aboard and everything like that, that's when we started to or that's at least when I started to hear about who he was. I was like, who is that? And DJ Academics was hyping and bringing him up in his streams and stuff, and I'm like, who is this? Like I kept hearing his music on the radio and in clubs and stuff.
After just 4 days, which subsequently led him to get kicked out of his house by his mother. Not even legally an adult, Lil Uzi found himself out of school, out of a job, and out of a home. The whole situation led him to getting the first of his now iconic tattoos on his face in the form of the word faith just under the hairline, and started to take the prospects of his rap career more seriously. Before adopting the moniker Lil Uzi Vert, he used to go by C-Lab Vertical, but in this 2014 interview before getting signed to a major label, he describes how he came up with his now stage name.
Alright, well my name, first of all, it was Vert, and that's short for vertical. Okay. Vertical jump is straight to the top, so I'm going straight to the top. But one day I was rapping, I was in my hood rapping, and some old head was like, damn, you rap fast, rap like a machine gun, rap like a Uzi. Like a Uzi, okay. Exactly. Like I said, that's a confident name right there, like you say Uzi.
Like any artist, Lil Uzi continued to find his sound by experimenting with different styles ranging from fast rap, cloud rap, trap rap, before landing on his very melodic emo rap signature sound that he embraced. In early 2014, Uzi would release his first project by the name of Purple Thoughts EP Volume 1, which helped him pick up some steam online, getting production from buzzing Florida artist at the time, Space Ghost Perp, on the track White.
Oh man.
Thankfully for Uzi, fellow
Space Ghost
and
Perp,
producer of a few tracks on Lil Uzi's first project, DJ
he's definitely one of those rappers who is what could have been, man. Very, very, very sad how his career panned out, man. He definitely could have been like bigger than A$AP Rocky if he just didn't like become the way he became, which is how he is now. But back to the video.
got Lil Uzi played on the local radio station in Philly, which led to Philly's own Don Cannon, who at the time held the title of Def Jam Recordings Vice President of A&R, hearing Lil
That's
Uzi's
his name,
record.
Don
This
Cannon.
led to the two men linking up that same year, when Don Cannon would end up hosting his debut mixtape titled The Real Uzi, which released on August 5th of 2014. This project, thanks to the help of Don Cannon and close collaborator DJ Drama,
And this
got
at this
Uzi
moment, I
connected with
still
other
don't know
big
who he
industry
is.
names currently, such as producer Metro Boomin and Philly's Gilly the Kid, who now just goes by Gilly. Then in 2015, Don Cannon and DJ Drama would go on to launch their own label imprint under Atlantic Records by the name of Generation Now, which is where
There we
Uzi
go,
would get
Generation
his first
Now.
major break in the music business, signing to the two men's newly created label, where they would be in charge of rollouts and promotion, while Atlantic
Boy, he had
Records
no
would
idea
take
how
care of
his
the
career was going to be once they
Uzi
signed
would then
him.
in 2015 go on to release his second mixtape and debut on Atlantic Records, Love Is Rage, which got features
And
from
that's
Lil
when
Durk
I,
Wiz Khalifa.
and
Naturally, with
that's
the main
honestly when I first figured out who he was. His music was literally playing everywhere by this time. That's 2015. So what 20? So around like no, wait, I can't even say I knew who he was in 2015. It's 2016. It's 2016. Yeah, 2016, 17. That's when I started to hear who he was.
major label bump and the hit single Top, now sitting at 35 million views on YouTube, things were looking good for Lil Uzi. During this time, many artists were posting their music on the then popular streaming platform
SoundCloud.
and this was another tool that helped Uzi
Yep.
get a bigger buzz,
Yep,
releasing
yep,
tracks on his page like Money Longer in 2016, which also landed a radio
It did
debut
not
on
matter.
45. Things kept going up for Uzi in 2016 when SoundCloud sent him a trophy for getting the most followers that very year, which cemented his name as a SoundCloud rap legend. He also landed
Which
himself
in
on what many
question that amount of like music was probably due to stream farming, to be completely honest with you. But you know, I'm not gonna sit here and say I can prove that it was stream farming, but I mean, come on. It's not out of this world to think that like most, if not all, these artists are stream farming. I mean, it's been talked about, it's been said. So I mean, I'm sure that's something that brought Uzi all those plays and everything like that. Not to say that he doesn't have fans or anything like that, but like, you know, I'm just saying that there are people in the industry that definitely use bots and cheat the system to get what they want. That's all I'm saying.
To be the last decent XXL freshman cover with other artists like 21 Savage, Denzel Curry, Kodak Black, Lil Yachty, and more. Going into 2017, Lil Uzi would then get to go on tour with pop star The Weeknd, who I've done a video on if you're interested in watching after this one. And during The Weeknd's Starboy Legend of the Fall tour, Lil Uzi spent 1 month on the road, inspiring him to make one of the biggest songs of his career, EXO Tour Life. This single managed
I know
to get
that
the
song.
attention of the now deceased fashion designer Virgil Abloh, who directed the visuals for his breakout single. I also have a video about him too. At this point, Lil Uzi was already beginning to be praised
Look at
as
that
a new
hat.
generation star and fan favorite. But it didn't take too long for Lil Uzi to start becoming frustrated with his label situation. Expressing on Twitter, now X, stating, quote, "All my young, don't sign to a label. I'm your elder. Labels do they send in OK records, up your SoundCloud." He also tweeted, quote, "And if y'all do sign to a major. Don't sign to a rapper or DJ. It's just easier when the time come for that fake shit." With all this label drama, it led Uzi to hold
He
off
figured
on
out about
releasing
label
any music
politics.
until he can get things sorted out. And for those unfamiliar with label situations, feel free to check out this older video of mine on the
Sell Your
infamous
Soul,
360
360,
label deals
the
artists often
Earthness.
get roped into.
Mm.
Anyway, after a 3-year hiatus, Uzi managed to get help from Jay-Z's Rock Nation management, and then in 2020, he released his highly anticipated second studio album, Eternal to Take. Uzi then followed that album up with the EP Red and White, released on SoundCloud, serving as the predecessor to his highly anticipated third studio album, Pink Tape, released on June 30th, 2023.
Door 1, the fruity activities.
Uzi. Where do we even start, man? This dude has been teetering the line, and that in itself is an understatement
Teetering.
when it comes to
No,
his masculinity. But look,
he's
this
past
isn't
the
some
line.
red pill channel here to preach
Teetering
how to
the
be a
line.
man, but there are definitely certain things that
Sassy
a real man
activity,
would
for
do,
sure.
even if it meant more attention
For sure.
and money to whatever they're doing.
For sure.
For example, let's take a look at his style before the fame and after. And I mean, what the living hell is going on here? He went from real nigga shit to yes, daddy in the span of a few years. Of course, people's styles change and they get influenced by different things, but it was clear Lil
Nah,
Uzi's
this
side was starting
dude,
to come out.
he literally thinks he's. I think I heard him say something about being a they. Like he thinks he's like. He thinks he's a transformer, or he has. I guess he has like an alter ego that's a transformer or something like that. But yeah, he's definitely does a lot of zesty, a lot of sassy, zesty. Tricks are for kids type, you know, Fruity Pebbles activity for sure.
As sometime in mid-2017, before the release of Lil Uzi's second studio album, a photo of him went viral, posing with a ripped-up, feminine-looking long-sleeve shirt, carrying what looked to be a purse, with comments such as, quote, WTF, all our men want to be women. Shake my head. This is not style, it's embarrassing.
It's not rap. It's not hip-hop, bro.
All felt the same, with others saying, quote, it's funny how people can't accept change. Hip-hop has changed for years, and it's gonna continue to change. But that's just the beginning of Lil Uzi pushing the boundaries in the realm of hip-hop.
That's not hip-hop at
Going on
all.
to pose in very suspicious photos with fellow suspect Young Thug, which again had people noticing the feminization of the rap game creeping in more and more. Then, of course, Uzi, being the character he is seen playing football in a skirt for a fashion campaign. All right, quick.
In a skirt?
What the actual is up with these fashion shows?
Boy, ain't no fucking way, boy.
At all.
All right, back on track. Now, I know some people that come across this video might be thinking, well, isn't this just promotion, dressing up in a way that's going to spark a debate online and ultimately get people talking?
That's how he dresses. That's probably how he dresses in real life.
But it'd be ignorant to skim over the fact that he's influencing those that admire him and his music to dress and act like him. Plus, with every action is a
literally, he's literally, basically, he's literally doing the Boondocks episode with Gangstalicious, like in real life. Like, I don't know, Aaron Magruder must be some type of I don't know, he must be able to see the future, because how could you couldn't tell me that he knew that there were rappers who were going to be wearing skirts and walking around with purses on, like, and painting their nails. I don't know how he saw that in the future, but man, he really called that back in 2008 when the Boondocks was on air. I don't know how he called that, or even seen that in the future coming.
And as you'll see, Lil Uzi himself seems to be aware of this.
Hold on, let me explain something real quick. Before everybody starts.
Oh yeah, this craziness.
Like I told y'all earlier, you motherfuckers entered the rapture. And if ain't nobody flying up to heaven right now, obviously all y'all motherfuckers going to hell. Right with me. So let's get it. Oh, you already here. I'm so sorry. You can't get out. You're stuck. It's over. You heard the song a billion times and you didn't even know. That's up, but I still love you.
In July of 2022, it was reported that Uzi changed his pronouns to they/them on Instagram, stirring up more debate about his sexuality. This led many to speculate whether Uzi genuinely identifies this way or if it was a result of industry agendas. Some believe it's simply a way to be edgy, troll, and seek attention. But as the theme of this video suggests, it's fairly common for artists to undergo significant transformations in appearance and behavior once they achieve fame, often straying far from their original image in the industry. The zesty persona of Lil Uzi was starting to become too much even for some of his dedicated fans, with some finding it increasingly difficult to defend him.
Even the thing, because now I can't defend my goat after what I've seen, and what I've seen shocks me.
However, Uzi took it to another level with his bold performance at the 2024 Coachella Festival.
I've been holding this in for a very long time, man. I'm pretty sure a lot of you already knew this about me, but
What I want to tell y'all tonight is, I am gay.
All right, he didn't really say that.
I'm
But
about to say.
he was damn near alluding to it. We all know it. Plus, his ass came out on stage looking like Sexy Red's gay little brother. Even his fans felt he was pushing boundaries too.
That's funny. No, that's hilarious. That's funny. Oh my goodness. What the hell is rap music nowadays? What is rap music nowadays, bro? Your favorite rap, like y'all's favorite rappers are walking around with purses, bro. Like, what is this?
Damn far. It became evident to even those that were reluctant to see it that he'd walk through one of the infamous doors.
The humiliation ritual. Yes, the humiliation. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about this.
A Memphis-born rapper who goes by
I forgot about this right here. He did have an artist that got killed. I forgot about that. Dang. I sure did forget about that, man. Dang.
the name Lotta Cash Desto, and the two collaborated on several songs that were posted on Desto's YouTube page. During this period, Lil Uzi hinted to his fans that he would be launching his own record label, XVI Records. Rumors spread that he signed producers and an artist, notably Lotta Cash Desto, who was frequently referred to in blogs and articles as an artist under Lil Uzi Vert. I couldn't help but find this interesting.
That's
considering
right.
That
She
not too
did
long
get
before this
killed
news,
here in
Uzi
Houston.
was tweeting to his fans, advising them not to sign with another rapper or DJ.
But
only to
he
later
ended up
sign an
signing
artist
a
himself.
rapper.
However, I should mention that it's not certain, and there was no paperwork proving that Desto was actually signed to Uzi or his label. It's worth mentioning that Lotta Cash Desto, whose real name Destiny Govin, was quite the braggadocious artist, as her name suggests, often pictured with stacks of money, fresh clothes, garnering both good and bad attention, if you will.
Basically
Interestingly enough,
saying,
Desto's
"Come
father,
rob
whose
me."
real name is Hernandez Govin, was indicted in November of 2022
For killing
the murder
Young
of
Dolph.
a
Yeah, I
popular
remember.
Memphis rapper Young Dolph. So it's fair to say
The
she might
connection
have
is
gotten more of
crazy.
the wrong type of attention from the wrong type of people
Yeah.
because of what her father did. However, Destiny appeared to be focused on her music, doing her own thing and actively posting on her socials. Seen here on a post from September 23rd, 2023, but little did she know that would be her last post to her page. During the early hours of Saturday night, Destiny and her friend Amira Hughes were leaving Spire nightclub in Houston en route to another club. As they approached a red light, the vehicle in front of them had passengers who suddenly exited and began shooting directly at Destiny and her friend. It was reported that Destiny fired back at her killers, but tragically succumbed to her injuries. minutes
Honestly,
later. The next morning,
could have been
blogs
some
and
enemies
social media
of
sent
her
their
dad.
condolences for the loss of the 25-year-old
Honestly.
aspiring artist.
Could have
Police also
been.
identified at the scene of the crime 24-year-old Christian Isaiah Williams, who was
Mm.
charged with murder pretty much right after the shooting, along with a second suspect who was arrested less than a year after her death. Naturally,
Dang, man.
people were speculating on whether this was a random act of violence, a targeted street attack, or a ritualistic sacrifice on Lil Uzi's behalf. And well, you know what part I'll be covering. Using the practice of gematria, specifically English gematria, a method within Kabbalah, aka Jewish mysticism, that utilizes the alphanumeric code, assigning each letter of the alphabet a numerical value. And whenever you spell out a word or a phrase, it corresponds to a specific numerical value based on standard ciphers. These numbers
Wow.
often reveal patterns connecting to other relevant words or names from the story, and even align with the date numerology, which will also be utilized to explore this case. Alright, so notice that Lil Uzi Vert holds the value of 55 in the reduction cipher, matching with the date numerology of when his artist was shot and killed. Plus, the reports pointed out that she was killed off 5500 Richard Avenue.
It's a
In
dude.
numerology,
It's a dude on YouTube who usually be doing this numerology stuff. I can't remember the name of his YouTube page, but every time a celebrity passes, he does a video and he does this numerology stuff right here, man. For sure, for sure. I've never understood the numerology thing, but I'm sure it's there's a whole rabbit hole to deep dive through.
zeros are null, leaving us with the number 55, so there's some quick pattern recognition. We'll touch on the number 55 in a bit because it also has an interesting connection to Uzi and his whole persona. Lil Uzi's full name holds the value of 204, and remember, in numerology, zeros are null, leaving us with the number 24. The number 24 played a significant role in the story, as Destiny was killed on the 24th day of the month, around
Jeez,
2:40 a.m. by a 24-year-old man, just weeks after entering her 25th year of life. More connections to Uzi throughout
Nah,
the story,
that's
as
crazy.
September 24th, 2022 had a prime date numerology of 75, and Lil Uzi's full name equates to 75 and the reduction cipher. Again, this is relevant as the media cited Desto as Lil Uzi's artist. Now here you can see Desto's full name, Destiny Govin, matches with the phrase human sacrifice, which some believe Destiny was for Lil Uzi Vert's career. In the ordinal cipher referred to as the most basic, where A equals 1, B equals 2, so on and so forth, the stage name Lil Uzi Vert equates to 154, matching the phrase ritual sacrifice. Also, Desto was killed on a Saturday in a shooting, and as you can see, both of these words are a 2-for-2 match in the base ciphers. While still on the day of her death, you can see how, with the date written as such, it equates to 59, matching the value of her real name and the word kill in the Latin cipher. While still on the topic of the number 59, you can see how it's the 17th prime number. And we just discussed how her name equates to 59, and notice how that connects to these two words below, shot and kill, and again, we know that she died because she was shot and killed. In the reverse ordinal, her full name equates to 211, which happens to be the 47th prime number, matching the value of the word murdered, which Destiny sadly was.
How does he determine all of this, though?
Age of 25 years old, and the word
He determine all this
So, in light of
numerology.
this video being about whether or not Destiny Govin, aka Lotta Cash Desto, was a sacrifice for Lil Uzi, I did notice that her full name, including her middle name, Destiny Regine Govin, equates to 107 in the reverse reduction cipher.
Damn.
October 8th, about 2 weeks after Destiny was killed, she would be laid to rest with Lil Uzi Vert appearing and even giving a eulogy at her funeral.
I don't even know how I feel, right? I honestly don't know how to feel. Like, I got close, like, with her over a short span of time, but like, just her loyalty, like, she showed me a different type of loyalty. Like, she had real loyalty to me. Like, she had never let nobody get up on me.
At the funeral, Uzi showed up in a red outfit, and for those familiar with my channel, you know that red represents blood and sacrifice. Plus, it's not common practice to wear such colors
Red,
to a
exactly.
person's
You're at
funeral
a like, bro. You're at a church. Like, why are you wearing red? Of all colors to wear, red is the most. Red is a dangerous. Like, red is really a dangerous color to wear in places like church, like a church, for sure, for sure. You wearing red to a church. You saying something like your personality and attitude is one way, but the way you like dressing in red tells another story. Like, for real.
On Lil Uzi's third album, Pink Tape, there's a track titled Days Come and Go, where he mentions that he spent $200K on Desto's funeral. Now, I often say if you observe an artist's actions and how
Why
they
are you
move or
bragging
what happens to
about
their career after these tragic moments, it's not uncommon for
spending
an artist to experience a big achievement
money
of some
on
kind
an artist's
as a reward for their
funeral?
sacrifice, if you will. A classic Faustian bargain. Lil
What the hell?
Uzi, the following year, would have a career spike again with his viral hit, Just Wanna Rock, winning him a BET award the year after his artist Desto was killed. Uzi's been known for his edgy appearance, often displaying occult or satanic imagery throughout his career. And now, I did mention we'd go back to the number
That is
55,
true.
and it's
He
because it
used
ties
to. I don't know if he still does it. He wears upside down crosses on upside down medallion crosses, chains and stuff like that. It's just like, yeah. That is true. He does do that.
Into a big part of his image. Notice that his name, excluding his middle name, Samir Woods, equates to 55, just like his stage name and the name Satan, the very deity Uzi has been accused of worshiping multiple times.
People say, like, I'm a, like, devil worshiper or anything, but how's the music? Because it'll be a motherfucker that be like, Uzi, get with God, and then I'll drop a song and like, damn, and it's just like,
Didn't he?
Like,
I could have sworn he had beef with not the Migos, but Offset. He had beef with Offset because Offset told him Offset got on him about the upside down crosses thing. I remember that. Remember that, man. The industry is full of stuff like this, man.
Religion is just like, why you bring, like, we don't, like, what they say, don't bring up religion, a woman's age, or yeah.
Notice how he didn't deny it, though.
Find that suspicious. He shows up to his concerts with a set full of upside down crosses and fiery flames, and brand satanic symbols on his clothes, even explicitly referencing it in his lyrics, quote, make a city girl believe in Satan. Hell, the guy even tattooed an upside-down cross on his tongue, of all places. I mean, it's fair to say Lil Uzi has consistently played this card throughout his career. He also joked about his music being like hypnosis in an interview at the Grammys, alluding to his song Just Wanna Rock that went mega viral in late 2023. The one with the zesty hip dance, which I personally felt was something that should be reserved for the ladies, but I digress.
Hi, I just want to rock. Body yada yada. It's in my brain. Do you know that? It's living rent free. I can't get it out. You did that.
Yeah, it's hypnosis. Yeah, it's hypnosis.
This nigga. The notion of music being used to induce a trance-like state akin to hypnosis is not new or far-fetched. The idea of music and frequencies affecting the listener's mind has been discussed extensively in the past. That said, Lil Uzi has even more connections to numbers that are associated with evil, if you will, as he was born on the 31st of July, a date that can be written as 31/7, resembling the number 317. 317 is the 66th prime number, and the phrase number of the beast, which alludes to the number 666, equates to 66 in the redemption cipher. So stick with me. On Uzi's popular album Love Is Rage 2, he titled a song 444 plus 222, a clear nod to the number of the beast.
Yes,
As mentioned,
666.
Lil Uzi often uses the upside down cross, whether it be in the form of a stage prop, jewelry, or tattoo. He always finds a way to incorporate it. And I thought it was interesting that his full name equates to 204.
You know,
matching with the phrase
some
upside down
people
cross.
some people might say that like he's just doing the whole entire upside down cross thing to be edgy, because there have been rap artists that have used the allure of, you know, Satan through their lyrics, through, you know, wearing certain t-shirt. I can name some artists like Tyler the Creator, who, by the way, doesn't even, you know, do that anymore. And his whole entire explanation of why he was doing the whole, you know, upside down crosses and saying 666 and everything like that was because he was trying to do his best rendition of early Eminem. Or somebody like Isham, somebody who I used to like really listen to. He used to, man, his whole entire thing with, you know, calling himself Satan, or you know, having an alter ego that was like a killer clown and talked about the devil a lot and things of that nature. Or there's a rapper by the name of not even him, Cardi, Playboy Cardi. I don't understand how anybody can listen to him. He does the exact same thing Uzi does. He does all this upside down cross stuff, and, you know, wearing all types of weird stuff. Like, you know, besides the fact that he's a artist who is who's terrible at giving his fans a release date for music or push it. Like, he's worse than Kanye with releasing music. I don't listen to his music by no means, but he does the exact same thing Uzi does with the satanic stuff. And, you know, some might say it's edgy. Others might say, no, this is actually how these artists are. I mean, I can't really give you an answer. I mean, but the proof is in the pudding. There are many videos from artists. There are many videos on YouTube that break down, exposing today's rap artists and that are in the mainstream and even in the underground. You know, there are some who display this same form of surface level stage, I guess you can call it stage gimmick presence that they hold on to, and they stand 10 toes on a hill by themselves about. But who's to say that's how they really feel? You know, Uzi probably has a mother who is a devout Christian who prays, or a dad who's a Christian who prays. Don't even know. You don't even know. Can't even tell. But doing it as a stage gimmick to be edgy and sell your album, apparently it works for him. Even if it means compromising the music that you were making before you were ever in the mainstream or signed.
A symbol often linked to Satanism, which holds the value of 24 and the reduction cipher. So you see how it's all kind of tying in.
It all makes sense now.
So as you could see from the imagery to his name, birthday, lyrics, and songs, Lil Uzi is clearly involved in some strange things behind the scenes. And whether you personally view it simply as an artist expressing their art or one spreading an agenda,
Yeah, it's hypnosis.
it's clear his influence gets around to those it's meant to influence. But hell, what could we expect from an artist whose stage name sounds eerily close to Lucifer and tattoos multiple occult-themed satanic images all over his body? But guys, that's all I got for you today. If you stuck around to the end, just know I appreciate you. Be sure to hit that damn like button for your boy. Drop.
Hey man, that was a very interesting video. As I stated, he's kind of like running through. He's kind of running an interference of a thought process that we already kind of knew. You know, if you're somebody who's a connoisseur of just music in general, you can just pick up on stuff. You can just see it just right off the rip. I mean, the entertainment industry picks at like Christianity, and they know that there are people who believe in God, believe in Jesus, and they just play with it. They play with it in television, they play with it in movies, they play with it in music. They know people who are tied to Christianity will be mad about, you know, spiritual, you know, be mad about, because it's a spiritual warfare out there. And, you know, the entertainment industry won't play with Muslims, they won't play with Buddha, they won't play with any other religion but Christianity. And that's definitely something that's very apparent. But I'm not trying to sit up here and get into religion or anything like that. I'm just, you know, just somebody who, you know, I just see, I observe, I see what's going on. Moving on to the next thing is staying inside the same type of like topic. Gonna get into a Truth Is video. Shout out to Truth Is. Please go ahead and go follow his YouTube channel. He has a lot of things on his YouTube channel that is exposing Hollywood, exposing music industry, exposing a lot of your favorite artists. Some of mine too, to be honest with you. It almost kind of like makes you take a look in the mirror and be like, man, like what can I watch? What movies can I watch? What television can I watch? What music can I listen to if these artists are all doing something that is not, you know, is not good at all? So in this video, we're going to be getting into this is why rappers are painting their nails and wearing purses, just to stay on the same, in the same realm as the Uzi video. That there's a reoccurring theme right now in mainstream rap music where you're seeing artists painting their nails like Drake and Lil Yachty and other rappers. I Uzi painting their nails. Cardi. I don't even really call these. Like I said, I don't call a lot of them rappers because they do that screamo emo stuff. And I just don't understand how. I just don't understand how you take the swag or you take the steez of punk rock music and then try to incorporate it in rap music. I mean, if you're gonna do it right. If you're gonna try to, and then don't even call it rap. Like I'm still on the fact that they calling it rap music. It's not rap music. It's melodic. I don't know what you call it. I don't know what to call it, but I ain't calling that rap. What Uzi does, what Cardi does, and anybody in the same like genre as them, I don't call that rap at all. But let's get into it.
Hip-hop has changed so much over the years. It has come a long way from its humble beginnings in the Bronx projects, only blocks away from where I was born and raised. It has changed so much that if the originator saw it today, they wouldn't even recognize it. What hip-hop was in the 80s, 90s, and in the 2000s is not what it was in the 2010s and what it is now in the 2020s. In the early 2000s, 50 Cent was the biggest rapper in the world, and
I'm glad I don't listen to music today, man.
Lil Uzi Vert, one of the biggest rappers out now, can be seen dressing and acting like this.
What is he doing?
50 Cent was clearly trying to look as masculine and tough as possible, while Lil Uzi is obviously trying to appear as feminine and girly as possible.
Oh my
goodness. Why is this happening? Why are rappers becoming so feminine? Is it just a trend rappers are doing now, or is there something far more sinister behind it? Hey guys, I hope all is well. Welcome back to The Truth Is, where I drop new videos every other day exposing the truth. In today's episode, we're going to be talking about the truth about the feminine male rapper trend. Let's get right into it. At one point, hip-hop was seen as the reflection of the streets. Rappers would embody the street culture and become almost representatives of that lifestyle. In the 90s and 2000s, rappers dressed like gangsters and acted like them too. Their entire image was about being the toughest man on the block. While it remained like this for a while, when we got into the 2010s, the world started to see hip-hop go through a strange transformation. Rappers began dressing and acting differently. We saw rappers start embodying feminine fashion. Some rappers started dressing with tighter clothes that appeared like they belong on a woman. By the mid-2010s, rappers were dressing up like complete women. They started wearing purses and painting their nails while wearing their skin-tight clothes. Some even took the cross-dressing to a whole new level when they started wearing dresses. Like Young Thug, who wore a dress to a photo shoot for his album cover. The 2010s was the beginning of the shift in hip-hop, when hip-hop went from thug life to pretty princesses, and as the years went by, things only got worse. Rappers like Lil Uzi Vert and Playboi Carti are two rappers who embody this feminine look to the fullest. These rappers are the two most...
I mean, but if you bring this argument, and I get what he's saying here, but if you bring this argument to somebody who's younger, who listens to these artists, well, they're gonna bring up something and say like, oh yeah, well, at least the artists in our generation are being real in their lyrics, which, you know, that's neither here nor there. That's about a 30% push with that argument, because they don't do nothing. None of these artists nowadays say anything that they really do in their raps either. And then they'll probably use the argument of like, oh, well, your favorite rappers back when you was growing up were studio gangsters. They wasn't out here doing all of that. I mean, yeah, you're right. 50 Cent probably wasn't out here shooting nobody or nothing like that. But I mean, it was fire though. Eminem wasn't out here doing all the stuff that he was saying in records, but it was fire. You know, Master P, Juvenile, all of them, man, like they wasn't doing nothing that they were saying in their records, but man, it was paying the bills. It was keeping the lights on. And hey, it was lyrical, it was catchy, and they wasn't doing nothing extra. They wasn't doing no extra stuff that's like the extra stuff that's going on here nowadays. In this music business now.
most popular for painting their nails, wearing purses, and acting overly feminine. Recently, Lil Uzi went viral for his appearance during his Coachella show.
Why do
Uzi
he
was
keep
dressed in
showing
the
that
most
shot?
questionable
Like,
outfit yet.
ugh.
He was wearing a crop
I'm
top brown
bothered.
shirt with his hair dyed red to match his red glitter makeup on his cheeks. At one point, he was even seen wearing a woman's purse. People weren't only talking about his appearance, they were also commenting on the way he was acting. Many clips were uploaded from the performance showing Uzi walking like a sassy woman, trying to appear as feminine as possible. At one point, he seems to address the crowd, and it appears he was finally going to come out of the closet, but then he didn't.
I've been holding this in for a very long time, man. I'm pretty sure a lot of you already knew this about me, but what I want to tell y'all tonight is, I love y'all.
Most people already think Uzi is secretly gay and is doing this because it's who he truly is. But if we look at Uzi, he has always seemed to have had a girlfriend. And has
Yeah,
been
I was
seen
gonna
with
say,
women.
like,
So if
isn't he
Uzi
with
isn't really
JT?
gay, why is he trying to appear so feminine? And it's not just Uzi, it's many other rappers as well. A couple months back,
it's
I made a video on
humiliation
Playboy
ritual.
Cardi, who was spotted wearing a thong bodysuit. Pictures of Cardi wearing this thong bodysuit went viral, and people were asking what was going on with Cardi. The question many people have is what happened to hip-hop? How did hip-hop go from gangsters to sassy princesses one day to the next? Are these rappers all just trolling the world for attention, or is there something else going on entirely? Well, this all connects back to the Lil Nas X agenda in hip-hop.
I want to say thank you to Gay Agenda. Let's go, Gay Agenda!
I had a question about the gay agenda. You thanked it at the VMAs. What is it? How do you define the gay agenda?
Oh, the Gay Agenda. There's been planned. We usually go to meetings on Wednesday in black cloaks.
Okay.
Draw a big star circle on the ground. Have these cups of blood, drink it, pretty much. And we kind of planned world domination to make everyone gay. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Now, we have spoken about the Lil Nas X agenda often on this channel. When I refer to the Lil Nas X agenda, I am referring to how rappers are being used to push this way of life onto the fans by making it look appealing. The gatekeepers in the music industry who take orders from the elite are instructed to use their artists to push this agenda. We all know that rappers are the most influential people in the world. What they do, the fans will copy. If rappers dress feminine and act feminine, so will the fans. And we have seen this time and time again. Ever since rappers have been wearing nail polish, we have seen the fans following suit, as many teens now paint their nails. This is the obvious reason rappers are acting more and more feminine to influence the youth. But what's the point? What are they trying to accomplish by pushing this agenda? Well, I have done a lot of research on this, and I have found the actual reason for pushing this agenda, and it gets deep. Now, I want to warn you that this might be too difficult for some of you to understand, as the concept behind it is heavily rooted in alchemy and the occult, but I will try my best to explain it as simply as possible. Most of you watching this video should already know that rappers like Lil Uzi and Playboy Cardi are occultists. This is easy to see from videos like this one that shows Lil Uzi Vert telling his fans he sold his soul and is going to hell, and is dragging all of them along with him.
Hold on, let me explain something to them real quick. Before everybody starts screaming and saying, like I told y'all earlier, you motherfuckers entered the rapture. And if ain't nobody flying up to heaven right now, obviously all y'all motherfuckers going to hell. Right with me. So, let's get it.
Did I sell my soul? I sold my soul for you. Y'all coming right with me, you dummies.
Add this with the endless occult imagery Uzi has used since the beginning of his career. It's not hard to tell that he is an occultist. One practice that is heavily used in the world of the occult is no other than alchemy, and this cross-dressing connects back to it. Now, for those who don't know what alchemy is, let me give you a quick breakdown. Alchemy is an ancient form of occult philosophy that inspired much of what is taught in the occult. Those who practice alchemy are called alchemists. In alchemy, the main objective was turning base metals like copper into noble metals like silver or gold, using a form of ancient magical chemistry. These alchemists will have what we now call chemistry labs built in secret, where they would run their experiments attempting to turn copper into gold. In order for an alchemist to turn copper into gold, they must first create the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone was a substance created by alchemists that when used could transform base metals into noble metals like gold, allowing those who master the technique to become wealthy beyond imagination. This wasn't the only thing alchemists were trying to achieve through alchemy, as they also wanted to cheat death. Alchemists were also trying to defeat death and live forever by using the Philosopher's Stone to make an alchemic potion called the Elixir of Life. The Elixir of Life was a potion that if drank, will grant the drinker immortal life as long as they kept on drinking it routinely. Now, this is when things get really interesting, and it might get a little confusing for some. The concept of alchemy when it comes to metals is essentially transforming base metals into noble metals, but this alchemic transformation can also be done with man. Now, the concept of alchemy when it comes to man is turning a normal man into an enlightened god with the Elixir of Life. This is what the Elixir of Life is all about. Alchemists believe the drinker who drinks the Elixir of Life becomes an enlightened, transcended being. Those who drink the elixir will go through an alchemic transformation, becoming gods on earth. This is a drawing depicting a person who drank the Elixir of Life. As you can see, they depict a person as a strange being that appears to be half woman and half man. The photo represents two opposites coming together to make one. It represents the alchemic.
So is he trying to say?
Man, just like
is he trying to say alchemy is a person who drinks a potion that like morphs and changes into something else? Is that what he's explaining? Because I kind of get it, but I don't get it.
emerged to transform them into noble metals, alchemists believe that man can go through the same process by merging his masculine side with his feminine side to become a god. This is why the drawing depicting man merged with a woman. This drawing is a representation of androgyny and alchemy.
What he means.
If you look up what this drawing represents in alchemy, it states, androgyny and alchemy, the perfect fusion of opposites, the ideal divine state, the philosopher's stone. In belief, the purpose of alchemy is to separate and combine opposing elements so that they will eventually form a unified whole. Essentially, alchemists who achieve creating the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life go through this gender-bending transformation, becoming androgynous. For those who don't know what androgynous means, it means of having both the physical characteristics of male and female. Just like alchemists transform base metals into noble metals, they are trying to transform a man into a god. What most people don't know that I learned a few months back during my research is that this is what the deity Baphomet represents. Baphomet is another representation of androgyny and alchemy. Baphomet is a being that is half man and half woman. It also has many alchemic symbols in its drawing, like the moon crescent. On top of this, Baphomet actually has an alchemic phrase on both of his arms. One side states solve and the other side coagula. And if you're asking what that means, it means to dissolve and coagulate, to break a substance down to its basic element before reforming it into something new. Baphomet represents the alchemic androgynous transformation. Now you may be asking why alchemists and occultists relate being a god with being androgynous. I have looked into this for years as I wanted to have a deeper understanding of alchemy, and I finally found the answers I was searching for. I would try to explain this simplified to the best of my ability. Part of what makes God God is his ability to create man from nothing. All God used was dust from the ground to create Adam and nothing else. He created the world from nothing, just as immense power. Now, people can't do that. No one person can create life. The only way people are able to create life is by a man and a woman coming together and reproducing. This is why a man can never be a god, as God can create from nothing. But alchemy teaches that through the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life, man can become a god by merging his masculine side with his feminine side and becoming both a woman and a man all at once. I told you this one was going to be hard to understand. By alchemists representing themselves as these androgynous beings,
I kind of get it.
Now God, the perfect balance of masculine and feminine, the coming together of opposites. Now this all connects back to the music industry and why these artists have become so feminine. Like I said many times on this channel,
just dropped a lot of science just now.
Little Uzi Vert is one of those occultists who has shown us this since the beginning of his career. Little Uzi is heavily into alchemy. In fact, he hired an artist to hide alchemic symbols in his pink tape vinyl release cover. This artist posted this on his Instagram. I was approached by Little Uzi Vert's team to whip up a secret alchemic esoteric design for the limited edition Trasher edition pink tape vinyl. These 4 designs are hidden across the vinyl as a transparent ink that glows both pink and green once exposed to sunlight, blacklight, or heat. If we look at this post, this artist tells us that Little Uzi Vert himself reached out to put these alchemic symbols on his album cover. Little Uzi knows most people don't even know what these symbols mean, but he wanted them secretly placed into his cover. He did this because he's an alchemist. Now if we look at Uzi, he adopts this androgynous look down to a T. He presents himself as this gender-bending rapper who wears feminine clothes and acts feminine. This is not done for trend or for fashion. This is Little Uzi telling us he went through this alchemic transformation. It is not just Uzi showing us this either. There has been many rappers in the industry doing it as well. Playboy Carti, who also shows us he's an occultist, has also adopted this androgynous image. As like we saw in the past, he loves wearing women's clothing. Same thing with A$AP Rocky, another open occultist who wore women's clothing in the past. This is also why we see rappers like Drake and Lil Yachty wearing nail polish. But this all goes back further than rap, to the rock and roll days. Many rockers, just like rappers, were full-on occultists, but that's obvious. Rock stars were heavily into alchemy.
Rappers nowadays definitely copy rock and roll people.
They were also seen like the rappers of today, painting their nails and wearing female clothing. Michael Jackson showed us the same androgynous look. Michael showed us that he was an occultist and an alchemist the entire time.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean when I say he exposes your favorite artist? I love Michael Jackson. I love Prince. He listen. This YouTube page. This is why I like this guy's stuff, because he doesn't care. He doesn't care he doesn't care about your favorite artists. Which I'm sure some of these people that he's mentioned on his YouTube channel, he probably used to listen to them, but now he's a man of God, and because of by the way he speaks, and he's given up the things of the world and the tools of the world that still plague a lot of us in the world who are followers of God. So I'm just putting that back out there that he definitely, like I said, he definitely exposes your favorite artists.
embodies this persona and was also an occultist. Artists like David Bowie, who was an open occultist, embody this androgynous look to the fullest. Bowie was heavy into alchemy and the occult. He was a devout follower of Aleister Crowley and took on this path of enlightenment. Marilyn Manson, an open Satanist, has many songs with alchemic rituals within it. He also dropped a song called Save Coagulate, which we know is the main phrase in alchemy. It's not just the music industry either, as they love doing this in all of Hollywood. The whole comedians wearing dresses is because of this alchemic belief as well. Will Smith and his children are also a great example of this androgynous image. It's not hard to see that this is all over Hollywood, as Hollywood is full of occultists, and they are showing us that they have gone through this alchemic transition.
Hollywood.
Now, these occultists don't just want to practice alchemy themselves, they want the world to do it too. This is what the Little Nas X agenda is. See, occultists and Satanists have a unified
Why he keep showing this?
If we listen to this man here,
stop showing that, man.
A top member of the Church of Satan, actually married to the head of the church's daughter. He admits that they're trying to spread their beliefs to the world, using artists to push their satanic agenda.
Well, we are in control because basically we are not a political organization, we are an occult organization. We're working behind the scenes to manipulate the way that people think. The war that we are waging is a guerrilla war on the human mind, and we use musical frequencies, the dominant frequency, which I've referred to before, and symbolism and imagery to awaken dormant aspects of the human mind. And what we're waging is a cultural war right now on every front, in music, in literature, utilizing the media against itself. And we're using music because that's the instrument that young people respond to right now. We're doing propaganda directly.
I said that, didn't I?
The wolf.
I said that.
Politics is merely the puppet show of human beings, and we transcend that. But we are interested in the control of human beings for our own purposes. We have no concern for the homeless, particularly. We don't have any concern in helping people seek to bring about a youth that has closed its heart to pity. All of the humanist values that Judeo-Christianity has encouraged, we want to wipe them out. It's led to democracy, social humanism, the idea of equality. All of this filth has to be wiped out if the human race is going to continue to take the next step in evolution. We are moving into a much more elitist direction.
As you heard for yourself, he confirms that occultists are trying to make their way of life the only way of life. They are trying to have the world go through this alchemic transformation. They want everyone to be androgynous, something that they have been achieving. This is why we have seen so many celebrities with children who have now adopted this androgynous look. So many children of Hollywood are coming out to appear genderless. This is all a part of their agenda. They are using the stars to convince the world this is normal. This way, the world will adopt this way of life. Over the last 20 years, we have seen laws being passed in just about all states that were passed specifically for this agenda. They have been trying to force this ideology onto the world by any means. What's sad is that people are complying and have been conditioned to accept and follow these ideas by these artists. Rappers like Lil Uzi are out here performing dressed like this. He is pushing this androgynous look to the fullest. This is why hip-hop looks the way it looks. It's always been their goal. Now, more than ever, it's important we educate ourselves on the plans of the enemy. So many people are falling for this manipulation without even noticing. They are using these artists to make a new world where God's order of life has been destroyed.
That's about the 20th time he's shown that clip.
Playboy Cardi is wearing thongs. They are just pushing the agenda that they're created to push. I hope I was able to explain this in a way most of you guys will understand. If you want me to go deeper into alchemy, I would love to do so. If that's something you guys want to see, comment alchemy below. And if enough of you want to see that, I'll make sure to get that done. Well, that's it for this video. But before you guys go, I just wanted to ask you to consider becoming a Patreon member. Becoming a member helps me create better videos and funds other projects I have planned for the channel. The membership is only $3 a month, and you get instant access to over 26 exclusive Patreon videos and new videos that I post every month. These videos are usually uncensored, uncut, and deeper than on YouTube, as I don't have to worry about any guidelines. So if you want to become a member, you will find a link in the description of this video.
I don't know why Truth just doesn't go to. Why doesn't he just go to Rumble? But yeah, man, that's the end of the video. I think one of these streams, when I'm by myself again, I'll probably go into I'll go through his YouTube and try to find a video on the alchemy portion of what he's talking about in this video, so that I can like go deeper down the rabbit hole of what he's speaking about with alchemy, and you know how it correlates with androgyny and how it correlates with music, in which he gave examples of in here. So moving on from this, and once again, shout out to Truth Is. That is his YouTube page right there. Go check out what he has on there. Like I said, he has a lot of videos on it, exposing, and not just exposing, but also doing like a good set amount of research to compile together the best videos to tell you why Hollywood is doing what they're doing in music and movies and television and literature, and whatever, and why the year of exposing is going on right now. So moving on, I do want to get into. So we are at the tail end of. We're at the tail end of the serious videos. Now we're in the serious amount of videos right here. So this is a video about the pastor's wife. It's called The Pastor's Wife, and it's about a pastor's wife who I believe committed or unalived herself. And she had called the police beforehand, and I believe it's like an actual like famous pastor or something like that. So we're just gonna get into it. I'm not gonna do too much explaining. Just gonna let the video explain for us. Yeah, let's go ahead.
It was the announcement now heard around the world.
I got a call late last night. My wife has passed away. Yeah, it was self-induced, and it was up in North Carolina.
A South Carolina pastor casually getting up at the end of service and announcing to his congregation that his wife had died.
I just want my family to know where to find me.
He says suicide, but friends, family, and even his
Foul
wife
play?
says it was something different.
A lot of people want to know if you murdered your wife.
Oh, is that right?
Abuse hurt people. How do you think God feels about that?
Do you want to go to jail? He'll be on Facebook in a few hours.
This is one of the
Wow,
most bizarre stories you'll ever hear.
And he was
that's
texting me at
crazy.
this point saying, I'll be at your house at 12:55. I'm armed and ready.
Listen, if you ever want to know what I'm going through in life, it's always about what I'm preaching about.
Way that he treated her, and honestly, in some ways, he kind of treated a lot of women that way.
So what really happened to Micah?
Well, dang.
Was she pushed to the brink to pull the trigger herself? Or was she someone simply struggling with mental health?
She was probably the greatest wife anyone could ask for.
This guy came into the restaurant where I've been working and left his phone number on his receipt.
He abused her in every possible way that there is.
Bruh. Hey, yo.
This is a story of John Paul and Micah Miller. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, April 28th, 2024.
Instead, I'm going to have you stand up, and I'm going to make an announcement. And after the announcement, I'm going to ask that you leave church quietly and don't talk about the announcement. I got a call late last night. My wife has passed away. Yeah, it was self-induced, and it was up in North Carolina.
That's Pastor John Paul Miller of Solid Rock Church at Market Commons, casually announcing the suicide of his wife just hours before.
Y'all pray for me and my kids and everybody. And y'all knew that she wasn't well mentally, and that she needed medicine that was hard to get to her.
Micah Miller, a 30-year-old young woman who, according to friends and family, was looking forward to her future. But it's this video, this announcement alone, that captures the attention of the entire world. Certainly an odd way to announce, especially for a pastor.
In front of
that his wife, hours before,
people
had
publicly.
taken her own life. And because of this video,
Hours
it presents
before?
more questions than answers. But
Like before
we
she
move on,
actually
let's take a step back and look at the events
unalived
that led
herself?
to this moment.
Kiss your bride.
Back in 2012, Micah marries her first husband, Jeremy, at the age of 18. And as their pastor, John Paul Miller, was happy to conduct their wedding. And according to sources, Jeremy and John Paul were best friends.
Oh, look. Oh, you make me cry, and I gotta go to work.
But just a few years later, in 2015, Micah and John Paul Miller were allegedly caught in a sexual act with each other. And that's when their affair was made public. The spouses of Micah and John Paul Miller immediately filed for divorce. And John Paul Miller asked for forgiveness from his congregation. And he had the support of the elders. And according to multiple people who were members of the church at that time, the elders told them that they're not good Christians if they don't forgive their pastor. After taking a few weeks off, John Paul Miller returns to the pulpit.
Boy, people, I swear, some of these pastors be manipulating their congregation, man. They be manipulating their congregation, man. Manipulating their congregation, bro. Like, you not a Christian if you don't forgive somebody. That is true, but I mean, at the same time, as believers are supposed to call out things that are ungodly and earthly that are not of God. They're supposed to call it out. Whether you want to hear it or not, they're supposed to call it out. And that is a form of manipulation. And that's why people shun the church, because there are people within a church that are manipulating the congregation.
A couple of years later, John Paul Miller and Micah tie the knot in 2017. But we've all heard the same. Once a cheater, always a cheater. According to multiple
Only
sources,
once. Shame
Micah
on me.
wasn't the only woman in her husband's life.
Golly.
Meet Susie Skinner. Susie and her husband,
Bruh.
Chris, are members at Solid Rock Church at Market Commons. And according to sources, Susie and John Paul Miller began an affair in 2021.
Come
also
on
in the
now.
same year, tragedy strikes
Again?
the Skinner household.
We're learning more about the man who died after being found unresponsive in an Horry County pool. The victim was 40-year-old Christopher Skinner, a paraplegic and a motivational speaker.
Susie Skinner's husband, Chris Skinner, is found dead in a community pool on Labor Day 2021. Now, Chris was bound to a wheelchair due to an accident.
Why is he swimming?
Years prior. He was familiar with this pool, and according to Susie, he enjoyed going out there by himself. But on this day, according to reports, Chris misjudged how close he was to the pool and drowned.
It's very, very exciting. I was Chris's pastor to preach a funeral in which I don't have to lie. It's probably my first funeral where I get to say.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you. The person you're having the woman you're having an affair with. Don't tell me he's doing a eulogy for his funeral, and he's his pastor. He's their pastor, and he's having an affair with the woman in question, and he's married, bro. Come on, what's going on here? Like, what is going on, man? It's too much. It's too much. It's too much already. I'm only 6 minutes in here.
And that's because we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Chris was a child of God, is a child of God, faithful husband, wonderful father, great friend, brother, son.
Now, despite rumors of the alleged affair between Susie and John Paul Miller, I can't confirm when their relationship began. Therefore, I don't know if it was before or after Chris's death.
Be loyal. You know, loyalty is not a word that we hear in our vernacular very, very often anymore.
It's also unknown whether Micah Miller knew of the affair. But in October of 2023, she's had enough. And she files for divorce from her husband. That divorce, for reasons unknown, was dismissed in February of 2024. At this point, Micah and John Paul are struggling in their relationship.
I'm sorry,
and they have
what?
been for quite some time. Matter of fact, Micah moves to Kansas to give a trial separation, and John Paul is very open about their struggles, even his wife's mental health. Eventually, Micah comes back to try again, but things just don't work out, and they separate sometime in 2024. And now, with them separated, this is where the story gets interesting. On February 8th, 2024, Micah is admitted into a mental facility. According to reports, Micah says that she was forced to go. And the family of Micah Miller says that John Paul used this opportunity to gain access to Micah Miller's electronic devices. You see, Micah was gathering evidence, getting ready for her divorce with John Paul. According to the family, John Paul deleted all of that evidence.
Damn.
Also, according to the family, John Paul took Micah's stuff from their residence and moved it to a friend's apartment.
Bro.
John Paul has a very different story as to what happened.
Last year, my wife, they went to Africa, had a wonderful trip, amazing trip, and she came back with the idea to start a school in Africa. And 6 weeks ago, she goes in the hospital, gets out, and just leaves, just completely leaves me, leaves everything, drains the bank account, and goes. And guess what? While you're talking bad about me out there, I'm building a school in Africa for over 100 kids to be able to be fed.
Days later, on February 10th, Micah is out of the hospital. But now she files a police report saying that John Paul Miller took her car while she was admitted. Police do nothing because they say it's simply a marital asset, and he has every right to the vehicle as she does. Weeks later, despite John Paul Miller being the primary financial provider of Micah and his relationship, he files for spousal support. That request is eventually dismissed, but what's interesting on this very day, the same day, February 23rd, John Paul Miller leaves his phone number on a receipt for a waitress.
So there's something that's been
Bro.
on my mind and on my heart for a few
It
days.
seems
really February when
the whole entire thing here is Micah Miller. She has a thing going on with her mental health, and John Paul Miller is not helping with the way he's being flirtatious with other women and like, bro, if that's the case, why are you even married, bro? You keep persuading your wife to stay with you, only to like turn around and still be cheating on her, bro. Like, what is that? And then you a man of God at the same time. Like, I'm not really. I'm just going off of based on what I see here. Like, this don't make you look good at all, man.
And this guy came into the restaurant where I've been working and left his phone number on his receipt. To make a long story short, I looked him up and he was the senior pastor of a local church. And I thought, let's see what he's about.
What?
A conversation proceeds.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on.
Phone number on his receipt.
What?
To make a long story short,
what?
I looked him up and he was the senior pastor of a local church. And I thought, let's see what he's about.
You thought, let's see what he's about? You didn't think, hey, let me just leave this dude alone because I don't want to be involved with nothing like that. Like, what? Bruh. This right here don't make no sense at all. Like, there's no picture of dude with his wife on the website. Like, that don't make no sense.
A conversation proceeds.
That don't make no sense.
An explicit one at that, where John Paul Miller is seen begging for photos.
Hold up. Wait. They
combing
through it a little too fast. It says, I'm trying. So this is John Paul Miller. I'm trying. I think I need a bikini pic of you. Wow. Bro, this is a pastor talking like this, bro. I don't know if I really have any. He says, come on. Okay, no bikini. I think most of the time when I'm in a swimsuit, I'm also in a mermaid tail.
John Paul Miller is seen.
Are there any pics going through?
Begging for photos from.
It says, do you have one with just the mermaid tail, bruh? What type of freaky?
This woman. Now keep in mind, John Paul Miller.
What type of freaky, deaky stuff this dude got going on? I may as well call this stream the exposing freaky stuff stream, because like, what is this? Like, you a pastor, bro? Like, what are you doing?
Miller is still legally married.
Exactly, and then you married.
Allegedly still dating Susie Skinner.
Wait a minute, hold on. So wait, he's talking to that female that he gave the number at a restaurant, and he's still messing with the woman whose husband was a member of his church, and he did a eulogy for her, which is what I seen earlier. He's still messing with her, and he's still married? Dog. Man. What he got? What this dude got going on? He tweaking.
February 25th. Listen to what Pastor John Paul Miller says in his sermon about those
John Paul Miller is tripping.
When you're mentally ill, it's the one sickness you have that you don't know you're sick. And you have to trust people around you because you're saying, no, they're lying to me. They're telling me I need medicine. I don't need medicine, because the thing that's sick is your mind, and your mind is what you need to realize that you're sick.
Then, a few weeks later on March 10th, John Paul Miller, in another sermon, reveals that he goes through his wife's electronic device and 2 years' worth of messages. He says that he finds 18 people reaching out to her, saying if she wants to talk, they'll be happy to talk to her. This visibly upsets John Paul Miller.
But if your congregation saw what you was texting on your phone, they'd be shocked.
18 people who would text her and said, if you ever want to talk about your husband, you can talk to me and say anything, and I'll keep it confidential. Why the heck does somebody want to hear what somebody else says about their spouse? But if you're going to talk about somebody else, that's a demon actually right there.
And that's not the only strange thing he says in this sermon.
Listen, if you ever want to know what I'm going through in life, it's always about what I'm preaching about. God is so good to do that every single time. One day I'm going to preach about getting rich, strong, healthy, and finding a hot wife that loves Jesus. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just kidding. That was wrong. I told you I shouldn't be here today. I told you.
The very next day, Micah Miller files a police report saying
Nah, you wasn't kidding, bro.
Walk away.
You wasn't kidding, bro.
Do you want to go to jail? He'll be on Facebook in a few hours. Alrighty, you'll be in jail in a few hours.
This was simply speculation early on in the story as to who slashed her tire. But News Nation obtains an email where John Paul Miller allegedly confesses to the crime.
One of the things that is included in these documents is an apology email from him to Micah on April 15th of this year, which is about 12 days before she died. In it, he writes, "I'm sorry for damaging your car, tires, and stuff. If you ever come back, I will turn in both cars and get you a nice SUV or whatever car you want. Again, my horrible flesh pattern of hurting someone when they hurt me."
The following Sunday on March 17th, Pastor John Paul Miller tells a story of another pastor.
So he was mentally abusing
It's an
her.
interesting story. He says the wife of that pastor left him for a man on his staff. But listen carefully.
So the side chick who is a widow, whose widow was a member of your church, doesn't rock with you no more and decided to get with somebody who is in your congregation, who I'm pretty sure is probably single and not married. It's a lot, man. This is a lot right now. It's making my head hurt. This church got more open, more dark secrecy than a mega church. Which I don't even know if this is a mega church or not. But man, there's so many back doors of deception and secrecy and hidden secrets from a pastor that I don't know. I don't even know what to say. It's just utter shock. Utter shock.
A friend of mine that's a pastor called me last week, and one day on a Monday, his wife told him that he was the greatest husband in the world, that she loved her life, and she was so appreciative. The very next day, something happened, and she left. And he didn't know where she went. She just left all of her things, left everything she had, everything she worked for, everything. He didn't know what to think. He had no idea what was going on. So he hired a third-party service to find her and see where she was living and that kind of stuff. And they did. And last week they turned in all of their evidence to his lawyer, and he discovered that she had left him for one of his staff members, a young man that he had trained to learn how to preach. That he had shared his pulpit with him.
Oh, this story is about him.
A young man who the pastor had paid to go to Bible college, gave him a job. He worked hand in hand with the pastor.
Yeah, this story is about him.
In one fleeting moment, the pastor lost his wife and his good friend all at the same time. When he saw the information over at the lawyers, he started to throw up. Just throw up one trash can, second trash can, a third trash can, and he just started to dry heave. He couldn't believe what he saw was the most horrible image and worst thing you could ever
I don't
imagine.
feel sorry for this man right now.
The lawyer drew up the divorce papers. The lawyer told him and said,
Because of all the stuff he did all the stuff up until this moment that he's done to his wife. I don't feel sorry for him.
The pastor said, "Give me the papers, draw them up." They got all the paperwork ready. They put the pen in his hand, and he just couldn't sign the paper. They said, "But don't you see everything, and don't you understand?" And he called a lot of the elders, and they supported. If he wanted to leave her, just leave her. This is it. For some reason, he just couldn't do it. And so he went home and he wrote her a letter. And all he said was, I forgive you for what you've done. And I already forgive you for whatever you're going to do. Whenever you want to be restored, just call. And if you want a divorce, you'll have to leave me, because the Bible says, I'll never leave you nor forsake you. He left. And the hardest thing he's ever had to go through, he can't hear from God very clearly. He doesn't know what God wants him to do. He knows that she's not herself and doesn't know how to handle it or how to respond.
You remember I was talking about victimization earlier during the stream?
The relationship.
We are yet again back
It's all
with
there.
more victimization
So
right
give
here.
it a chance. Pray that his heart does not remain angry or upset.
This guy's toxic, man. I can just feel it.
Remember
that
the
he's
News Nation
toxic.
reporter?
Earlier this week, I believe it was Monday, I engaged with him and he started
Exactly.
talking back with me, kind of unprovoked. And I also want to read this because this thing stood out to me when I read it at the time. I
Hello.
didn't really know it. He said, this is JP to me, I even hired a PI to put trackers on her car to know if she was going to a gun store because she kept trying to get a gun for the past few months. I have never once in my entire life ever hurt her in any way, ever.
Once again, John Paul Miller confessing to putting tracking devices
But
on
he
his
in the
wife's
church
car.
saying something different.
After that sermon, Micah's sister, Sierra Francis, takes to Facebook. She
Boy.
says she keeps an eye on her phone for fear of her sister's safety. And then, the very next day, Micah Miller speaks.
Hey everybody, I just want to let you know that I'm alive and well, and life's been kind of crazy the couple past weeks, months, years, but I've kind of had to keep my circle really small for the past couple weeks just because I'm going through a lot and it's hard and it's my cross to bear. It's the thing that God has put in my life to deal with, and I don't want to bring a lot of people into it. When your world is shook up, you need to take a pause. And I can only pray that more people will take a pause and I'm trying to get my priorities straight right now. And that's making sure that my heart doesn't have any unforgiveness, bitterness, resentment, just forgiveness and hope for the future.
See, at least she's,
Because you can't put a price on peace.
in spite of whatever is, whatever is being like relegated by the husband, like she's being vulnerable and giving her all and like putting her everything, taking it up to God, man. Like regardless of what dude is trying to like, portray and manipulate and mentally abuse her with.
A few days later, she posts a second video, this time suggesting she's being abused, physically and mentally.
Oh, wow, really?
So you don't have to stay in a abusive relationship, whether that's sexual, whether that's somebody forcing you to take illegal drugs, or alcohol.
Is that right?
Or physical abuse.
Wow.
Psychological abuse, making you think that this is all your fault, or you're a bad mom, or you're a bad wife, or you're a bad husband, or you're not giving it your all when you know you are. God hates divorce, but why? According to everybody I've asked and the scriptures that I've found, it's because it hurts people. But does abuse hurt people? How do you think God feels about that?
Serious accusations coming from the wife of a pastor. And that doesn't make John Paul Miller very happy. So, he files a police report, saying he's being harassed by his wife on social media, telling police, quote, "I'm worried about my reputation." A few weeks go by, and then on April 16th, Micah Miller files for spousal support herself. A few days later, a notice is sent out for a court hearing, and it is assumed that's when Pastor John Paul Miller is served with the documents. But Micah Miller would never make it to that court date.
Robinson County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Saturday, April 27th.
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
At the Lumber River State Park?
Yeah, that's where I am.
Micah Miller loses her life.
Tell me what's happened.
I'm about to myself. And I just want my family to know where to find me.
Wow. Wow, bro. Oh no, this is sad, bro.
At the end of his second service, Pastor John Paul Miller makes the announcement that captures the attention of millions.
Oh.
I got a call late last night. My wife has passed away. Yeah, and it was self-induced, and it was up in North Carolina.
Later that day, Micah's sister, Sierra Francis, goes to Facebook once again, saying to not believe the lies being told about her sister. And according to Micah's family, John Paul Miller sent this text message to the family just hours after Micah's death, saying,
This is what happens when you try to encourage someone to divorce the person they love and tell them they don't need medicine and that they're not ill when they are. Good job, Francis family. Damn. Why would you say that? No, that's evil, bro. Why would you send that to her family, bro? Like that's very insensitive. Why would you, bro? What?
This is what happens.
Why would you send
encourage
that?
someone to divorce the person they love and tell them they don't need
Why would
medicine.
you send that?
A few days later on April 30th, John
Bro.
Paul Miller attempts to get into Micah's apartment, but he's stopped by the building manager, and that person calls police immediately. Police show up, but it's unknown whether John Paul left with anything. Later that day, according to the family, they ask authorities whether toxicology test was done, whether an autopsy was done, whether gunshot residue tests were done on Micah's body.
Did she
They are
even?
told, no. Micah's body is then released
Like,
to John Paul Miller. And at first,
what?
John Paul refuses to let the family see her body. He eventually agrees as long as they
Oh,
sign
nah.
a certificate for cremation. Second, John Paul Miller does an interview with ABC 15, saying that Micah was probably the greatest could ever have.
Bro.
She was probably the greatest wife anyone could ask for. She was incredibly affirming.
It's getting more and more and more weird
Also reminds people of her mental health
as the
illness.
layers get peeled back.
But I want you to take a look at something that online detectives found. A necklace around the neck of John Paul Miller. Odd. Because it looks just like Micah's necklace.
Oh no.
And that's not
Bruh.
the only interview from the Christian Post. John Paul Miller says his wife was diagnosed with bipolar 2, schizophrenia.
Don't tell me
and
he
all
clapped
kinds
his
of mental
he
health
clapped his
issues.
wife.
He claims to have begged friends and family to help him,
Bro.
but nobody took his word.
It's looking like
Within
that right
hours
now.
of those interviews, affidavits from the siblings of Micah Miller are filed. According to reports, Micah Miller feared her husband, and Micah's sister says that on one weekend while visiting, trying to get away from the situation, John Paul Miller was not happy that Micah was gone. He texted Micah's sister, saying that he's coming to get her, and he is armed and ready.
Whoa.
I need to report a non-emergency at this point. Okay, what's going
He's armed and ready.
My sister came here to the we're having issues. She came from Myrtle. She told him she'll be home on Tuesday. And he was texting me at this point saying, I'll be at your house at 12:55. I'm armed and ready, and I will keep you up all night. I'm going to get her back.
Dog.
And according to the same affidavits
Man
filed
is a
by
maniac.
Micah's siblings, Micah once told her sister that if a bullet ends up in my head, it wasn't me. It was John Paul.
Yeah.
On May 5th, Solid Rock Church announces that they have temporarily dismissed John Paul Miller as protests erupt outside of their
Yeah,
Sunday
because
service.
it's looking like he did
John Paul
something.
Miller holds his wife later that afternoon without the support of her family. In the service, he says a few things that seem a little odd.
But I got this lay next to her body and spent time with her body about 4 times this week, and each time it still didn't hit me. I thought she was going to wake up. You know, I even tried to raise her from the dead one time this week, and
After the service, according to one man, he says John Paul Miller attended a bar, showing no remorse for the death of his wife. The very next day, on May 6th, the news that everyone had been waiting for. The North Carolina Medical Examiner officially rules Micah Miller's death a suicide. On May 7th, Robeson County Sheriff's Department also released their... They say Micah drove over an hour away to a North Carolina state park, and that's where she took her life. According to them, and the evidence that they have presented, there is no doubt that Micah Miller did this. And they also say that John Paul Miller was nowhere near the scene. According to police, he was with another woman. He's allegedly in a romantic relationship with.
Wow.
Many believe this woman is Susie Skinner. Now with the cause of death official, John Paul Miller has heard enough, and he hires an attorney. Russell B. Long releases a statement denying all accusations of his client. He also reminds everybody of Micah's mental illness, and to add to it, they threaten lawsuit to anyone who says John Paul Miller abused his wife. According
To
to
her having a mental illness.
And mourn the death of Micah. Despite the threat of a lawsuit, Micah Miller's family doubles down. Later that night, the attorney for the family, Regina Ward, speaks up.
That she was
Nah, I'm not
by
gonna
this man.
lie.
He abused her.
The text
in
definitely
every
takes it there.
possible way that there is. Financially, he
Yeah.
abused her by taking away things, phones, access to money, took away her car, those types of things to try to gain control of her. Every time she tried to leave him, he would harass and stalk her to the point that she just felt like she had to give up and go back. And he abused her not only emotionally, financially, he abused her religiously, a relationship with God.
And the family isn't the only one doubling down.
Yeah, he
The next day,
manipulated her.
in a bombshell report from the Daily Mail, they accused John Paul Miller of being addicted to prostitutes and having sex with children under the age of divorce in 2017. According to affidavits, John Paul's ex-wife, Allison, says he's addicted to prostitutes and confessed to her that he had had inappropriate relationships with children under the age of 16.
Bro, what the hell?
And the accusations don't end there.
I absolutely do not believe that she took her own life because she was energetic and her faith in God was unwavering.
Bro, this is getting
In a
dark.
video released by a man named Ty Longerbeam, John, the front yard of allegedly his ex-wife's house. He's
Well, with a mental
This was around the
disability.
time he was
He has a
exposed
mental illness.
for having an affair with Micah Miller.
Is your medication something they gave you? Yeah. You want me to make sure Mark's coming? But somebody's called him, right?
Dog.
Okay. All right.
And the downfall
Bro.
continues.
What the
In
hell?
a shocking turn of events, John Paul Miller appears to confess to some of his crimes.
Is that he apologized for something else. And this was something we were unsure of. There were
Okay.
allegations that Micah had been threatened, that a topless photo of her would be posted on the internet.
Whoa.
And now he is admitting that it was him. He was the one making those threats.
Yeah, so this goes back to this apology letter that we have. It's an apology letter from him to Micah, dated April 15th. In it, he's apologizing for a series of things, and one of them is a photo that was produced on the internet. It was topless of her. We're not going to show that here, of course, but in the apology, he says, "I'm sorry for putting
Why
a
would
picture of
you
you on the
post
internet.
a
It was for less
video
than
of
1
your
hour and immediately take
of
it
your
down. I was
wife
hurt that you were
topless
telling
online?"
everyone horrible, intimate details of my
Dog.
past sin, and I just wanted to try and hurt you. Please forgive me. It was evil of me to do that."
That's right.
Like, bro,
John Paul Miller admits to posting a topless photo of his wife
no
on
wonder.
social media days before her death,
Bruh.
with evidence of
No
tracking
wonder why
devices,
she,
slash
bruh.
tires, and topless photos.
Abuse,
Was Micah Miller
abuse,
pushed to suicide after enduring
abuse,
years
abuse,
of alleged
abuse, bro.
It seems
Yeah.
authorities have seen
Yeah.
enough.
This morning, an unexpected twist in the death of a South Carolina
Bro.
pastor's wife. The sheriff announcing the FBI and U.S. attorney are helping in the Micah Miller investigation.
Man.
One announcement that changed everything for John Paul Miller. And it seems after all of that, there may be even more to this story. Was it mental health?
It was
Or
nah,
was her
bro.
husband, John Paul Miller,
It was the
responsible
husband.
for the death of his wife,
It was the husband.
Micah Miller?
Nah, he's the one who
I
did
wanna
that,
remind
bro.
you, like a bunch of people
He
have been
drove his wife to
that I'm God's bride first.
he drove his wife to take her own life.
Who's a good spouse, when they know that their bride is being hurt, just imagine what an earthly spouse does. What do you think your heavenly spouse does? When you're the bride of Christ and he sees his bride going through
That's
abuse and
crazy.
hurt. what you think he thinks about that.
But he's a pastor though. I ain't gonna lie. That was absolutely positively the darkest story of a wife and pastor I've ever had the pleasure of encountering. And it wasn't even a pleasure. It was a very dark road, and it progressed and the layers were peeled back. And yeah, that pastor definitely drove his wife to take her life, with just strictness and not being there for his wife, and just making it about himself, and being abusive, manipulating, and cheating on his wife. Like, bro, like, what is that? Why you even married, bro? If you don't want to be married, don't be married. Like, and then you're taking all the things that you're doing and trying to flip it in your sermons, and when you're with your congregation, and making your wife out to be this loony human being, when in this case right now she's the victim and you're her abuser. That's probably the sickest part of this whole entire stream. That's probably the worst story that I've like encountered in this whole entire stream, that I am just like, I'm very, 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 very shocked. No, man, because I had seen this story on Instagram and I felt sad when I seen it, because it was just like, it didn't lay waste to any details about, why she would, first of all, she's in another state, and, why she would, like, take her own life. There was nothing. But now that this video has like shed light on everything, it's just like, man, that pastor is yeah, man. I can't even say what I really want to say, because that's not up to me to like really, really, really judge him for his sins. That's up to God. So yeah. And I'm going to be rounding up here with my final thing here. I'm going to be taking a look at this Club Shay Shay interview. I don't actually know if I'm going to be getting into the full 2 hours here, because it says here that there's a special performance from Ty Tribbett. I don't really want to go into that. Let me see. When is that? Like I said, I don't even know if I'm going to get into that at all. Yeah, that's towards the end. I know I'm not going to get to that. I'm probably going to stop well before it even starts. But I really want to just, I usually don't, well, I have looked at a Club Shay Shay interview on here before. Club Shay Shay interviews, I don't look at all of them, but, I like to look at ones that are like fascinating and really lend a bevy of knowledge. Because I mean, I don't want to just watch something for the entertainment. I want to learn something. And I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I have seen like a clip of this Kel Mitchell interview, and it's just very enlightening. I don't watch things to be entertained. I watch things to gain a perspective of life. And for the most part, if I can, good, because like I said in the beginning, I'm no stranger to like covering BS, but at the same time, I like to get into stuff that's good. positive, you know. I like it. I like it when figures go into their past life and basically give listeners and watchers and people who want to learn a pathway and a learning curve to like not do what they did, basically. So we're about to get into this interview. Yeah, let's get into it.
I told the makeup artist, I said, yeah, just do full makeup, just cover up. And she did the full. So, but you gotta be careful how you tell.
Nah, yeah.
What makeup artist you say do full. And you went through a similar thing.
Yeah, you remember that? I told them I wanted to be casket clean. They took me literally. Tell them in the casket.
Yeah, right.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. One slice, got to roll the dice, that's why. All my life, I've been grinding all my life. All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. One slice, got to roll the dice, that's why. All my life, I've been grinding all my life.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Club Shay Shay. I am your host, Shannon Sharp. I'm also the proprietor of Club Shay Shay. And the guy that's stopping by for conversation and a drink today is one of Hollywood's brightest stars, a multi-talented, well-rounded performer, actor, comedian, artist, dancer, rapper, musician, screenwriter, executive producer, director, author, host, pastor, a sought-after voice actor. He's been nominated twice for an Emmy, a fan favorite household name for kids of the 90s, a husband, a father, a Nickelodeon alum. Who loves orange soda? Kale loves orange soda. Kale Mitchell.
Oh, man, this is
bro. I'm thinking about the club, right? Get it right here.
What you got?
Little orange soda. You know we do it.
We gotta do it. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
Little orange soda.
Yeah.
Get that thing going. Get that
Who
thing
loves orange soda?
Yeah.
This man pulling out the orange soda for him because, of course, he doesn't drink alcohol.
Man.
Bro, thanks for stopping by the club. All the best.
No doubt. Okay.
Yeah, man.
That fructose.
Yeah. Shay loves orange soda, too.
I didn't know he was a pastor. It's another
Kale,
thing. I didn't know that
you're a
either.
musician. So for you, for the very first time,
Interesting. I didn't know he was a pastor.
Coming to the stage today for the first time on Club Shay Shay is three-time Grammy-winning gospel artist Ty Tribbett, and he's going to sing his song, Be All Right.
Oh, he doing it now.
Yeah.
My bad, Ty Tripp. Ty, I'm going to gloss past everything you're talking about, man. My bad. Sorry, my guy. I love your music, but we just gonna get into the interview. I didn't know that it was gonna be now. I thought it was gonna be at the end, but it's all right.
Instantly. That's the code. Shannon,
It is
only on
all right.
DraftKings. The crown is yours. All right, Kale.
Yeah.
Before you got started with Nickelodeon back in 1994?
Yeah.
94.
94.
So was that your first gig? I mean, you're from Chicago, the South Side?
Yeah.
Did you have a job before Nickelodeon?
Yeah, man. I definitely had a job. I did different things.
Okay.
You know what I mean? When I got on there, I was a junior in high school, like sophomore going over to junior. And yeah, man, I worked at my grandma's candy store.
Okay.
You know what I mean? She was an entrepreneur. She had the beauty salon.
Did you eat more than you sell?
Yeah, yeah, I ate some of the supplies. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, man, but definitely there. Yeah, and I did some construction work with my uncle and stuff like that. But I was still, still a teen. Yeah, and that was like my first big gig. My first one though, I was a model first.
Okay.
So I tell a lot of people that. You know what I mean?
You did the modeling thing first.
Yeah, I was on the back of the Captain Crunch box. So that was like, yeah, I was on
That's
Crunch
crazy.
Berries.
Right.
I had a little, hot top fade holding Crunch Berries on the back of that. Yeah.
Early on, you had something tragic happen in your life. Your best friend was murdered at a very young age.
Yeah.
What impact did that have on you?
Damn.
Oh man, a very big impact. You know what I mean? This was someone that I was very close to. Went to my church.
Right.
You know, growing up. Shout out to my family. And I remember when it happened. I was on All That. Actually, I was on All That at the time. And,
He was on All That and he lost his friend?
in the alley in Chicago.
Dang.
And around the time, it was like I was still doing the show. I was shooting the show. And I really didn't have time to grieve. Because you got to go right back on.
You in show business, yeah.
So that was a very hard time for me. But this was someone who actually saved my life as well. I remember it was a situation where something went down in a neighborhood. Some guys, did something on his side of the neighborhood. We were separated through a viaduct, the two neighborhoods, right? And they were looking for the guys on my side of town that did it. Just so happened that I was just, playing, in the school parking lot, and those guys happened to be there. I had no idea that they were doing that. They were coming to do a drive-by at that point. And when they were driving by, Sam was like, nah, you know what I mean? That kid go to my church, we ain't gonna do it. And he told me the next day while we were at Boy Scouts. You know what I mean? Literally told me, he was just like, man, don't hang with them no more. This is what happened. This is the situation. We was, we were homies. Right. You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely had an impact.
How did the Nickelodeon gig come about? Did you audition for that? Were there Were there people like, hey, we think you'd be great for this? How did this come about?
Oh, man. Well, I was a bit of a class clown, coming up. I enjoyed, making people laugh.
Right.
That was my thing within my family. All of us, we love doing that. And I started out in theater.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I started out in theater first.
He's a
And it wasn't a
theater
thing of,
kid.
like, getting on television or anything like that. That was never the thing. It was for my parents. It was having a positive outlet.
Just like I was a theater kid.
So, thing about it is they put me in everything because they didn't want me to go into the wrong crowd. So they were like, hey, try everything. And karate, science camp, everything. And what stuck was literally this theater, ETA Creative Arts Foundation. Shout out to them in Chicago. They still going.
Right.
And I went there to this theater, and I was like, this is where I belong. You know what I mean? I did it as a summer thing.
Right.
And I started going on auditions. I went from ETA to Victory Gardens Theater out in Chicago, Goodman Theater. Started making my rounds in the theater game. And it went good, man.
When you auditioned, did you know you had got the role? Did you think you had knocked it out of the park?
No. so yeah, when I went to the audition, I remember I was at my high school, CVS. Shout out to CVS Cavaliers.
Okay.
And I remember I had a test that day.
Okay.
I had my finals that day. And so usually I don't forget my monologue, but I remember when I went into the audition, I went blank because I just had finals on the break.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I went in there and they were like, you want to go out in the hallway and practice it? I was like, cool. Knocked over some camera cords when I was walking out. I did it in a funny way though. They started laughing. I'm thinking I ruined the whole audition, but they were cracking up the way I did it. Came back in and they said, wait, before you do the monologue, I want you to just do some impersonations. So I did some impersonations. I did Ed in there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Ed was one of the characters that I did. I also did Coach Cretin in there. That was
Right.
based on a coach at my high school. Did all the characters that you saw and all that. I did it in the room.
Wow.
Weeks went by. You know what I mean? I also killed the
So,
monologue.
the, so these were his original
I remember there was
characters.
a phone call late at night, and my mom was like, "What? What now?"
That's interesting.
Jesus. And we went to L.A. And when we went to LA, it was like the Avengers of every funny kid that you could possibly think of from all over every city. Went up against it and definitely got in there. Yeah.
So you get all of that. So you froze the
So I have yet to hear like Keenan or Kel talk about anything that has to do with like Dan Schneider or anything like that, because the Quiet on the Set documentary has happened and everything like that. And, people are stepping up and coming out and saying, yeah, this happened to me. I worked under these conditions, and, everybody's still on the high of, what's his name, coming out and saying that he was like essayed or whatever. So, I wonder what he has to say about that, or is Shannon even gonna ask him about that?
very first chance. Now you got all these people watching around. Okay, this is my big moment. You're like,
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was deep. Like I would say froze. I had finals on the brain. And my
Right.
parents are big on education.
Okay,
You know what I mean? They were
yes.
very big on that. And so I had finals, and we were like the last audition. I was the last audition
Okay.
in Chicago, and made it through. But I had been doing theater and everything, prior to that for years.
So how did you learn to develop your character? Because you said they asked you to do impersonations
Yeah.
and impressions of some of these characters that were in the script.
Yeah.
And just like on cue, because did you rehearse that? Did you think they might ask me to do this, so let me be prepared. And if they don't, I'm cool. But if they do, I'll be ready.
No, check it out. So it wasn't scripted. This was literally like, what impersonations do you have?
Right.
So most kids would probably do stuff that they seen on television. I did stuff that I saw on the L train, seeing people, my uncles, I coached people that I knew.
Okay.
And I just gave them all original characters right there on the spot. And that was the thing. They were like, yo, this kid came in and he did original voices, original characters. And they wrote literally to the characters that I did, and that's how a lot of the characters that I had were so original and all that. Yeah.
Well, but how do you learn
That's
as a
so
child
interesting.
to like play to the cameras, play to a crowd? Because you said you were a class clown.
Yeah.
But so when you're in a class, everybody's watching you anyway. So you don't. It's not like you have to play the thing. You just be yourself. How did you learn the stage presence?
Theater.
Okay.
That's really what helped me do
Theater
it.
kid.
Shout out to Renako Jahi. That was my first theater, drama teacher. And in summer, I remember my first time being on stage. We did a play, and he was amazing. Like, he would write his own plays. He did this thing. It was kind of like The Wiz mixed with, Beat Street and all that stuff like that. And it was called Kasimu and the Coconut Palm. And I got to play this character named Rattles, where I was a narrator. And he taught us how to really become the character.
Okay.
Really become the character. Where does the character come from? What is he like? What does he like to eat? So I was trained in knowing how to do that. And then I went from doing the plays with the teens to also doing plays at night too, as well, with a lot of different adults. You know what I mean? And so I started to really understand the craft and really understand theater, and didn't act up in school as much because now I was having a job.
Yes.
I had a job, and I found, what my talent was, and I really enjoyed it, and I wanted to learn every aspect of it. Yeah.
Did you feel like it was acting, or you were being Kale?
I was being killed. You know what I mean? Because there's a thing, you know, what God anoints you with and the talent that he gives you. You know what I mean? So I was just doing that. But it was beautiful to find it. Okay. You know what I mean? It was beautiful to find, like, oh, I can do this on stage, and this could actually be a career. And I remember one of the actors, when I was doing one of the plays, I think it was Dirt. It was this play called Dirt. And I remember one of the adult actors came up to me, and he was just like, you got to enjoy this, though. He said, if you're going to do this for life, you got to know, you got to enjoy it, because it's a lot of ups and downs and things that go on with this. And he told me that at a very young age. And at the time, I didn't know what he meant. You know what I mean? Because I'm living with my parents and stuff like that. But becoming an adult, I understood what he meant. And I thank him for giving me that advice. Yeah.
How did you and Keenan Thompson, how do you guys hit it off so quickly?
For sure.
You know, hey, you know, being both black.
That helps.
That helps. You know, we had the same type of background. I'm from the south side of Chicago, Atlanta, you know what I mean? And it was just
He's from Atlanta?
We introduced
TLC,
right? And when we introduced TLC for the pilot episode, because, you know, all that was just a pilot. It wasn't supposed to be a show that was a series, you know? So they were trying it out. Nickelodeon had never tried anything like this before with musical guests. People say it's like SNL for kids, but it's really, I felt like it was in living color for kids, you know what I mean? Just because how diverse it was and the type of musical acts we had on the show. But yeah, we did it, and I remember Keenan and I had a sketch called Mavis and Clavis, where we played two old guys. We were doing these characters, and I would tell Joe, he knew exactly what I was gonna say, I knew exactly what he was gonna say, and it just worked at that moment. And after that, everybody kind of saw, like, oh, these two work very well together, and so did we. And yeah, it was on screen, off screen, we did the same thing.
What made them pair you guys, besides being black? What made them pair you? You think that was the only reason they put you two guys together?
No.
Probably.
It was that sketch.
Probably.
So it was literally that Mavis and Clavis sketch that they saw. These kids are definitely funny together, and they play off each other very well. And they started putting us in different sketches together, and it just it worked. It just worked. And we didn't know anything about, like, Abbott and Costello or Martin and Lewis or comedic duos. And Kim Fields, who was one of our directors, she actually introduced us to that. She was like, I want you to see Martin and Lewis, because you guys are similar to this. And we looked and we were like, yo, this is like, we're like a comedic duo. This is dope. Yeah.
So when they told you guys you were going to have your own show.
Yeah.
What went through your mind immediately?
Well, we were doing all that for a few seasons, right? So, and it had became popular after a while. And then usually we would go home and go to school on hiatus, right? So they hit us up and was like, you guys are going to stay here. All right, during this time, you guys are going to stay here while the other kids go, and we want to do your own show, because we see you guys off stage too, and you guys are hilarious. So we were funny off stage too, and they saw that. And so then after that, they said, you're going to have your own show. They didn't know the name of it. I remember we had a list of names. It was like me and a homie and all this different stuff. And, you know, stuff that probably wouldn't have worked. And I remember somebody at the dinner was just like, yo, just call it Keenan and Kel. You know what I mean? Call it after their names. And it really worked, because we love, like, Martin and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and all these different shows, and this would be our show. So then simultaneously we had the sketch show, and then we also had the sitcom at the same time. Yeah, it was dope.
What's some of your fondest memories of that?
Fondest memories?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, Keenan and Kel don't get enough credit for being in comedy as early as they were. You know, you always hear Jamie Foxx and Martin and Eddie and you know, Bernie Mac and Steve Harvey and all these other comedians. You never hear about these, like Keenan and Kel, young comedians who started early in their careers at a young age, and influenced a lot of people, a lot of black kids, to become comedians, comedic actors, whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, they don't get enough credit. They don't get enough flowers for what they did as children. And, you know, they basically created a blueprint for black actors, black comedic actors, to become something, you know, in an industry that doesn't really care too much back then, and even now, to even put black actors as leads, you know, especially as children. So I think they really do deserve more flowers for being very influential.
Oh man, there's so many. I mean, like, you know, I was also in the hip hop. I feel like I tell people, the hip hop and church saved my life. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, you know, I was.
Man, you had a bunch of jobs as a kid.
Yeah.
You did some everything.
But yeah, man, I was a b-boy in the South Side of Chicago. So
Right.
I break dance, I did graffiti, I did the whole thing. So shout out to the Immortal Masters of Krylon. That's what we were called, IMK.
What is that?
So,
Immortal Masters
but
of
yeah, man,
Krylon.
I
That's a
love
long
that,
name.
man. And I remember I was into music, so I did a lot of music first, and so I was doing hip hop. And we got on the show to have TLC be, you know, our musical guest and do the theme song.
Wow.
You know, we had Aaliyah, we had Brandy, Usher, all of them like right when they were getting started. So it was awesome. Those are the memories I remember, you know, doing mama jokes with LL Cool J, and you know what I mean, and getting to chop it up with Busta Rhymes. And then because I rap, they would allow me to freestyle like all the time with a lot of different one of them. So, you know, freestyling with Coolio on stage and stuff. Those are cool memories. Yeah.
Where did this love or this infatuation with orange soda come from?
Okay, so the writer wrote, you know, Who Loves Orange Soda.
Okay.
I don't know where his mind went with that. I actually now,
He's
you know, I
black.
feel like it was a branding thing of like, you know, to
'Cause he's
promote
black.
soda or something like that with Nickelodeon. But they wrote that in there, and I just kind of T-painted it. Like I put like the I do, ooh, to the, you know, to the point now where I go 5-star restaurant, wherever it may be, you know, people will still go, yo, you gonna get orange soda?
You gonna get orange soda?
So it's crazy. Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned like some of these up and coming
Stupid, bro.
TLC and Aaliyah and Brandy and Usher and I think Britney Spears made an appearance.
Yeah.
You're like, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
When you go back home, I
He
mean,
got to see stars before they became
what are your
stars.
friends? What do they think of Kale now?
Well, here's the thing. It was funny because it's not like today where like the shows come on right immediately. You know what I mean? So it took a little bit for it to happen. And I remember it was Nickelodeon was more for the kids at first. And so we were the ones that made it like cool for the teens to watch and the tweens to watch, right? And I was trying to stay low. You know what I mean? Because where I grew up at, when I go back to school, I ain't really want everybody to know.
Right.
Oh,
that I was on the show. You know what I
Hollywood.
mean? I was just trying to skirting through. And I remember the freshmen at my high school, one of them just started screaming as I was walking through the hall, like, hey, yo! And then one of my teachers ended up playing one of the episodes for my class. And after that, it got kind of wild. You know what I mean?
If you could go back, we're going to put you back at that age,
Okay.
but in today,
Okay.
what 3 musical guests would you like to have on the show?
For today?
Yeah.
We actually did a reboot of all that, and we got to bring a lot of people on the show back in 2019. So Her was on there, which was amazing. We had a lot of great guests, man, that were just amazing. You know what I mean? Yeah. The Jonas Brothers, you know, everybody, man. We had everybody.
I'm looking at this. You in music videos, you with Kanye West. All Falls Down.
All Falls Down.
Druid Hills,
He was on-
Young and Dumb and Bro,
Yeah.
your
Really?
resume, just as a child,
Yeah.
we're not even talking about moving forward, was so expansive.
Yeah. I mean, you know, that's God, man. And a lot of that, because it's funny because, okay, so let's break it down. So when you mention that, that's 2 different areas of my life, right?
Yes.
So with Kanye, I was an adult, you know, so it's like a thing, because me and Keenan look very young, so a lot of times people are like, we still kids.
Y'all grown ass.
And we grown, you know what I mean? So even on the show, it was like that too. You know, we had to shave and, you know, still look young. Because, you know, we got on the show when we were like sophomores, juniors in high school. And it went on for a few years. Yeah, man, but to be on all those platforms and have Kanye call me up and to be a baggage carrier on the show and work with Common again, and that's just that Chicago love.
Right.
You know, Chicago, you know, I knew Common already. Me and Common had a freestyle battle at Metro Music. My
Who won?
sister. I'm gonna say I won on it. No, I'm just playing. Common won. Yeah, Common won that.
Right.
I was doing crisscross stuff. I was like, it's Kickity Kale on the Mickety Mike, and you know, all that stuff.
So how did this come about? I understand that you say, you know, obviously Common's from Chicago, Kanye's from Chicago. So were you familiar with someone in his group? They were familiar with you. So how did this come about?
Yeah, here's the thing, man. A lot of the comedians like, you know, D-Ray and Common and, you know, the hip hop, just Chicago in general, we all support one another on the South Side. You got to remember, I got started in '94.
Right.
So, you know, a lot of people that were starting to get on around '96, '97, '98, they already knew about me. So it was like me, Jason Weaver, Lorenz Tate, all of us are from Chicago. You know what I mean? And we were already doing like, we were doing Into Society, and he was doing the Michael Jackson story, so all these different things, man. So shout out to the city of Chicago, man. And we all know each other, see each other around, so it's been good. Yeah.
Well, I don't think there's any better person to ask about this than you, considering your background. You're in the hip-hop community. You're a musician.
Yeah.
What's up with these rap beef? Why everybody teaming up on Drake? I didn't even know they had a beef. I didn't know anybody had a problem.
Yeah, man. It's wild. You know what I mean? Everybody's going at it. I mean, that's hip-hop. You know what I mean? And we're going to see, as long as everybody keep it peaceful, it's all good.
I mean, I didn't know Ross was at Drake, Future and Boomin was at Drake. I mean, I'm like, what did I miss? I mean, I know I ain't as immersed in the culture as I would when I was younger.
Yeah.
But damn, I didn't know this was an undercurrent.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't know. I don't have any inside
Yeah, he's a pastor, bro. You think he got time for that?
Music, man, enjoying the music.
Oh, I forgot K-Dot. So let me ask you a question. So is this really beef? I mean, because, you know, Chris Brown going at Quavo, that's beef. That's a diss.
Yeah.
You know, saying, hey, Big 3 is Big Me. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, cause back at, Nas and Hov go, that's a diss.
Yeah.
Remy Ma, that's a diss.
Yeah.
Is this what Kendrick did to Cole?
Yeah, I mean, look, I look at it, it's different generations, and how they doing it is how they doing it. Like I said, just keep it peaceful.
Yeah.
And enjoy the music.
Nah, see, Breeze ain't keep it peaceful.
Yeah,
I mean, he came out there, he's spraying. Yeah.
Chris
true.
Ryan, man.
Yeah.
That's true.
He got the flamethrower out. He burned down the city.
Real talk.
Oh, man. So, Parody, you get Prince, 50 Cent, Michael. Bro, when doing research on you, you are like talented beyond talent.
I ain't gonna lie.
There's not anything.
He has a raging
really
impression that he does.
Like
It's
you can do
hilarious.
you can do impressions. You can do, bro.
I appreciate that. I really look at
I wish I could find it, bro.
Theater really helped me out that, but I really like Sammy Davis Jr., Rat Pack. I'm from that. You know what I'm saying? I love that type of style. People just being a triple threat, sing, rap, whatever it may be, and just enjoying this journey. Whatever it is, I love to try everything. You know what I mean? And try it and see. How good I could be at it. And yeah, man, it's been good.
What's your favorite parody?
My favorite parody that I've done?
Yes, you've done.
I got a bunch of them. I like original stuff too, but I got a bunch of them. I don't know. I can't pick just one, man. I like doing 50. 50 was fun.
Right.
50 was fun. When I did 50 Cent, that was pretty cool. Yeah.
What was Freaknik the musical? Tell us about that.
What was Freaknik the musical?
Yeah.
That was.
Did you come to Freaknik?
No, I never went to Freaknik. We were.
He said you missed it.
We were on all that at the time, doing that.
He was a baby.
But yeah, let me see. Freaknik the musical with T-Pain.
Yeah.
So shout out to T-Pain, that's the homie. And I remember, and Carl Jones, the Boondocks and all that. And they were doing, he's the ghost of Freaknik.
Okay.
So this when Freaknik wasn't around anymore, and T-Pain became the ghost of Freaknik. It was me, Affion Crockett, Rick Ross is in there too, Lil Wayne. You know what I mean? I played a lot of different characters. Me and Affion did a lot of original music in it, so it was cool. Yeah.
Explain to us the Lorda Squad. I mean, with Tyler the Creator.
Oh,
Bro,
God.
how many groups were you in? You just jumping group to group.
He done did everything.
Tyler, man. Tyler is hilarious too.
This man done did everything, bro.
I really enjoy working with different artists and comedians.
He done did
as
everything,
well.
bro. I
And,
told you.
I'm never just like the battling with the comedians and all that stuff like that. It's all love, and enjoying every moment. And so I remember Lord of Squad they were fans of all that. And, they reached out to me. And shout out to Tyler. He did great at Coachella just the other night.
A lot of what's happened to you early, you were in high school.
Yeah.
So once you got on, how different did the kids treat you? How different was your life from when all this started transpiring?
Shout out to my parents, man. They kept me pretty grounded. You know what I mean? Their whole thing is like, yo, you still care. You taking out the garbage. You doing this. You know what I'm saying? And, my dad is a retired social worker, and my mom is a retired teacher. So they took it real serious. And then I'm the middle child of two sisters. Shout out to my sisters, Kenyatta and Kyra. So, no, I didn't really act much different.
Did people treat you different?
Yeah. I mean, you got to think of like the people that didn't know me. Now, my real homies, who I know, they already knew what was going on. They was rooting for me.
Right.
I even put them on the show because remember I told you I rap too as well. So we got to perform on the show too as well. And but people that didn't know me, of course, they were just fans. And that's the thing where you have to navigate as a teen, whether this person wants to be my friend just because I'm on the show or just because, other reasons.
We can rock together.
Yeah, man. So yeah, you do have to navigate that.
Did you experience any negativity?
Of course. You know what I mean? Of course, you experience that a lot of times. You friends, people, and talk to different things. Yeah.
Did you feel at that point in time, you're like, man, I'm on top of the world. I can only go up from here. Ain't no downside to this. It's only up from here.
No, I never felt like top of the world. I think it was a thing where, as it was happening, we were experiencing it in such a way where it was like really surreal. Okay. Like, this show that we did that was supposed to only be a special, now it's taken off, and it's taken off very fast.
Right.
People are really enjoying it. And so it was like learning it along the way. Yeah.
Bro, you and Keenan had your characters, your sketch, turning the characters on Good Burger.
Yeah. Good Burger was one of those sketches where when I did the voice in the audition, and then they created it on the show as well and gave them a whole entire world. Musical guests love to be on the Good Burger, sketches, which were great. And even before we did the movie, we had put out a soundtrack. And I remember Immature was the big boy group at the time. And Brian Robbins, shout out to Brian Robbins, one of our executive producers. He was like, yo, we're going to do an album and play all the musical guests that were in there, but we're going to do an original song, and you get to rap with Immature. Right. And I was like, oh, dope. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking I'm rapping as me because I rap. But he's like, no, you got to rap as Ed. And I was like, for Good Burger, I gotta rap his head.
Right.
So we on the way to the studio, and I was like, well, Ed about to be spitting. So I put it together, and even to this day, now it's on TikTok and all of this. Like people have discovered the music video again, so it's just been really cool.
When you do these sketches, when you do these impressions, do you have a sense of like, man, I think this is gonna be really big, or you just like, I'm doing the best I possibly can, and it's gonna grow and it's gonna do what it does?
It's always been the best that I can, and seeing it grow and being in awe of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And all of the fan base and all of the people just enjoying it. I never go like, oh, this is going to hit, because you don't know.
Right.
You know what I mean? You just got to have that faith that it's going to rock, you know? And for me, being in the position that I was in, you know, being on the show, I was thankful to be on it. You know what I mean? And with this ensemble that I was on, and just rocking and being the best that I can within each character. Yeah.
Good Burger has become a cult classic.
Yeah.
I mean, they love it.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel, knowing that something you created such a long time ago has stood the test of time?
It's a blessing, man. I mean, to have a character that put a smile on people's faces. You know, hearing the stories of people, you know, saying the first time they saw Good Burger or the sketches that they enjoy. I had one person come up to me and say, man, I was in the hospital and Good Burger came on and it just made me laugh and it helped with my healing process. And hearing stories like that is what's beautiful to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then to be blessed to come back and do Good Burger 2 after so many years and have young kids that are 5 years old that wasn't born when the first one came out, doing Good Burger, you know, parties and birthday parties and themed parties. It's been awesome, man. Yeah.
With all the success, obviously there money's involved.
Yeah.
So how did that change your life? I mean, did y'all do the Jeffersons move on up, or did you stay at the location where you and your family?
Yeah, man. So here's the thing. Like, we started the show in Florida.
Okay.
Right. And like I said, like I was in high school, and then I graduated, and then it was time for college. So all of us had to kind of like figure that out. So we all started staying in our own places.
Okay.
At that point, and navigating being an adult. And so now it was adulting, you know, with this and all of that. So yeah, we had some fun. Yeah.
So did you?
Yeah.
So what did you do? I mean, obviously you're making great money. You're making more than the average 15, 16, 17-year-old.
Yeah.
Were you reckless with your spending?
I don't know if I was reckless with my spending. I wasn't reckless. It was definitely a learning curve as far as like learning, but shout out to my parents for helping me within that.
Right.
But yeah, access to certain things that I wouldn't have before was definitely there. Yeah.
I read that Nick Cannon was in the audience. You and Nick became very good friends, and he's in the audience when all that.
Yeah.
So talk to us about the relationship that you developed with Nick over the years.
Yeah, that was like little bro. I remember he was doing stand-up, and he actually got on there, and I remember him being on there, and he was super funny, warming up the audience.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was pretty cool.
Right.
So he would warm up the audience, make everybody laugh, and they asked us, the producers asked, yo, do y'all want him to be on the show to do a sketch? And we're like, yeah, like, of course, dude is funny.
Right.
And he killed it. Yeah.
And that was the start. Because did you know of Nick prior to him coming and being on the show?
Not prior to him coming on and being a warm-up guy, because we always had warm-up guys that would do it, and this was a team that was actually the warm-up guy for the show to make everybody laugh in between sets, because they're there for like, 3-4 hours in the audience, and he would make them laugh in between scenes. And yeah, super talented, man. Great family too. Yeah.
I read you inspired Nick on naming of some of his kids.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
There's only so many names. He got a bunch of kids. So.
he got a bunch, man. Yeah.
So explain. I mean, how do you? I mean, when you talk to Nick and you guys, your relationship, do y'all like? Are you serious, or do y'all joke a lot with each other?
I mean, yeah, so here's the dynamic. All of us are, we're grown-ups now, you know what I mean? We're dads, you know what I mean? But before, it was like big brother.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm his big brother, he's a little bro. And he's learning the ropes, learning, Hollywood, learning all these different things. And I definitely looked out for him. Same with me and Keenan. We were just like big bros. Yeah.
Bro, you own everything. You on Sister, you on Steve Harvey show. Bro, you got a lot of credits.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I mean, you done graduated college about 7-8 times with all the credits you got.
I appreciate that.
I mean, why did you... I guess, I mean, I shouldn't say why, but how were you able to get on so many sitcoms?
So many sitcoms. Well, okay, so Sister happened because when we were on that show on Keenan and Kel, when we were doing that, I wanted to be on other shows as well, and the guy that actually created Keenan and Kel, he also created the Sister show too.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it was cool to have that same
natural
dynamic.
transition.
Yeah, natural transition. But my thing was, I started going, when we came to LA, I started like sitting down in the audience at other shows.
Oh, really?
And, yeah, I was sitting down at other shows and just kind of rub shoulders, and they were like, yo, y'all need to be on one of the episodes. And I'm like, let's get it. And Keenan and I, they put us on Sister, which was awesome. Then we got on the Steve Harvey show as well. We don't see, we might as well have become regulars on the Steve Harvey show.
Right.
We did so many episodes over there. Yeah.
Did you get an opportunity to meet, to mingle and hang with Steve?
Of course. Yeah, Steve gave me a lot of great advice.
Everybody says that. I've had a lot of comedians that had a lot of people come on the show, and they say Steve is great.
Man, bro, Steve's that dude, man. He gave me like great. He told me, he was just like, "You're not gonna, are you gonna still be able to do that character with with a beard? When you get a mustache, and do you still want to do this?" And so you got to start thinking of like, what's your transition of graduating to different roles. And I thought about that a lot. You know what I mean? Within him giving me that advice, and it was great advice to have. At that
How much are they gonna pay me to shave?
that
should have been the question.
At the time, we were definitely shaving and all that stuff.
Yeah, I gotta continue to shave too.
Man, yeah.
Matter of fact, I got laser hair removal. How much they paying me? You was on the Parkers.
Yeah.
Monique.
Yeah, shout out to Monique, man. Also amazing. Had a great time. Countess Vaughn.
Yes.
Monique is amazing. Me and Monique also worked with Spike Lee as well. Did a Pepsi commercial, Super Bowl commercial. So yeah, I mean, we've known it. Like I said, man, we've been at it since '94. So
bro, I mean, half and half, 1-on-1, the game, Serena the Teenage Witch, Cousin Skeeter.
Yeah.
I mean, bro, you got like I don't know if any kid has been on more anybody's been on more sitcoms and TV shows than you, bro.
Man, I appreciate it. That's
and
cool.
then you got all this. But so let me ask you this: of all the things that you've done thus far, what's your favorite?
All the things I've done just
all the things. I mean, because you're a musician, you rap, you've been in the sitcom, you've done sketch comedy, you've done. I mean, you're a minister. So what gives Kel the most fulfillment?
Being
gotta
me
be a
and doing
minister.
what God wants me to do.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Gotta be
really
a
feel like
pastor.
enjoying the journey.
Right.
It's been a journey. Like hearing you talk about all those different resumes and the things I did, but what I remember is the things that I was going throughout the entire process of every time and every moment
The
of the
dark
journey
stuff.
within learning this journey. And so for me, that's what it's about. You get one life here, then you live again in heaven, but it's just
For
having
sure.
this one life, you know what I mean, and where it can take, those different steps and learning from everything. That's been the beauty in it. You know what I mean?
I'm looking at some of your voiceover work: Clifford the Big Red Dog, Proud Family, Curious George, Robot Chicken, Veggie Tales, SpongeBob Square.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I did one voiceover. I was actually myself. I think it was American Dad.
Yeah.
And I really liked it.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of big time celebs are doing voiceovers.
Yeah.
Do you like it?
I really enjoyed one person that I really looked up to was John Ritter.
Okay.
Right? John Ritter was amazing. When I was a kid, I used to have this little TV, with the little buttons that right? So I used to turn that on, turn it down very low so my parents couldn't hear it, and we'd watch it under my blanket and watch Three's Company.
Right.
And his comedic physicality, as far as a physical comedian, was amazing to me.
Yeah, he followed on the floor.
And he was Clifford on Clifford the Big Red Dog. And so that was like my first introduction to doing voiceover
That is
work.
true. He
And
was
working with
Clifford the
Summer,
Red
who's just an
Dog.
amazing
Forgot
voiceover
about that.
actress. And I just learned it. And I love doing voiceover work. I mean, and you can do it in your pajamas if you want, if you want to. But you really got it's an art to doing it too.
It is.
Yeah.
Spring is in full bloom. Are your finances blooming too? With the Chime Secure Credit Builder Visa Credit Card, it's easy to start building credit with everyday purchases on regular time payments. You can use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted, and you can Visa credit card. There's no annual opportunities for lower interest rates on loans, like for car and for homes. With the Chime Credit
Other different shows now, and they really understood that. And then I flew my parents out too. I flew my parents out because a lot of parents are green within it too when it's just starting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to add full context to why I decided to watch this interview. I wanted to watch the interview, one, because it's an incredible interview, number one. And I thought, why not get on this interview? Number two, there is something about where he veers off into his past, and he gets on this he gets into talking about his ex-wife, and that's a clip that's going viral right now. So full disclosure, that's one reason why I'm watching this, and also because it's an incredible interview. So I love to, like I said in the beginning, I love to watch things that are very credible and are good and can bring a positive demeanor as far as, like, not so much hearkening on the fact that, like, hey, all this bad stuff happened over here, and I should attack the things that the people and the things that happened in my past and bring it up, and you should all feel sorry for me. No, use your past to tell that, hey, I'm doing better. I'm growing in my future, and it's nothing but uplifting and encouragement. And that's the reason why I'm talking about my past. So that's the reason why I'm watching this interview.
Yes.
And I wanted my parents to give that perspective to their parents. And it was a beautiful moment. A lot of the parents were crying within that moment when they heard my parents talking to them as well. And it was just a great moment. And I asked Nickelodeon to be able to do that because I feel like it's very important. As athletes, you know, a lot of you guys, you get other older athletes that, you know, pull back and kind of tell you advice about what to expect. As actors, we just get thrown into it. You know what I mean? And so we got to look back as, you know, veteran actors and actually sit down and have real conversations with the younger ones to let them know what to expect and how to navigate through it too as well.
How difficult was it navigating those early years? Because like you said, you didn't have what you could give someone now. Because I don't like the mentorship. Like if somebody could, but there was no one that you could possibly ask about what you were going through.
Facts. Facts. It was coming fast. So here's the thing. So I'll explain it this way because a lot of people, like I said, they don't know the timeline. Because I've been in this business for so long, they don't really understand the timeline. Yeah, it's over 30 years, man. So when you look at it, I remember what got me through was definitely the Lord. That's what got me through. And then what got me through too is, you know, staying the course. But how it started was that I remember when I was doing the show, 94, you know, having fun, working on the show. But then around like when we started to come to LA, right? When we started coming to LA and we did the show, I want to say that was 98, I believe. So I had to be like 19 or 20 years old, like not 19 years old. Okay, so at this point, this is where I really understood branding and ownership. I love my characters that were on the show because remember now, I was creating these characters even within auditions. You know what I mean? So I love these characters, but I had to realize but I don't own these characters. I don't own the show. You know what I mean? These are people that work within the business. You know what I mean? And so I remember there was a point where one of the execs and one of the head writers, the show started to change a little bit. You know, the writing of the show started to change. And I didn't like the direction it was going in. You know what I mean? And I was just like, okay. And so we started butting heads a little bit, you know, within that. And this was the point where I remember he got upset.
Wow.
In front of everybody. Took me to a room. You know what I mean? And he was just like, said some real derogatory things, you know?
Oh,
went
wow.
on, you know what I mean? Maybe you're from the south side of Chicago. In that thought process, it was like, okay, either I could put hands on him, or we could go argue. So this is not going to end well. You know what I mean? And with him doing that, I mean, I am an adult, but I am also 19. You know what I mean? And the things that he said was crazy. And in that moment, I'm not the man I am today, standing here. So my thought process was, all right, bet, well, I'm going to leave set. And we're not going to film today. You know what I mean? So I walked off set. Now knowing being a producer, money, you got to pay cameraman, you got to pay all these different things. That could start a, you know, that could be a train reaction. That could be a tornado, right? But at that moment, I felt disrespected about what was said and how it was said. And when he said that within that moment, it became real where it was like, oh, okay, this is really a job. And this has really changed everything of how you think about it, right? And it wasn't as fun anymore when that was happening. At the same time, I was also in a relationship as well. And when I was in that relationship, when this happened too, I had gotten a girl pregnant. This is my ex-wife. She was pregnant at the time. So all this was going on at the same time. And so this frustration, and the reason I'm explaining this to you is because I want people to understand the mindset of, you know, what might happen to young actors and the things that they're going through. You know, we see it all the time with the suicide rate and with actors and what goes on. And I was friends with a lot of the actors that are not here anymore. And so just the process of the things that you deal with, right? So, you know, button heads with this producer, says this thing. At the same time, my ex-wife is pregnant. We're dating at this time. And also, too, as I'm going through all of this at the same time and dealing with this whole process, I'm upset about it. I call my pops, and I'm just like, when that happened with the producer, I'm upset. And he was just like, hey, yo, you know, did he disrespect you as a man? How do you feel? The man I am today, I should have told my dad, yeah, come on out. Because he said, yo, I want to come out, be there with you. But I said, no, it's all good. I handle it. It's all good. And what I did was I just said, you know what? All right, I'm going to just do my job. And I'm going to do the best at what I can do. But as far as everybody else, you know what I mean? It's just me right now. And I'm just going to make this show happen the way that I do. And because at that point, it was a thing of I ended up going from here to here, being a kid, and then now being an adult. My mom was my manager at that time. And with my mom being my manager at the time, I didn't want to tell her I got a girl pregnant. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if it was someone that was a manager and I could have just told him. But I couldn't tell him at that time. So it was like, oh, shoot, I can't
all
tell
these
him this,
webs
you know what I
right
mean?
now.
And so I'm dealing with that because, you know, I'm dealing with that the whole time. She's, you know, barely starting the show. We trying to hide it, you know, type of thing.
She's just eating a little more than what she should.
Yeah, right. And I'm having this frustration, you know, with this writer as well, too. And that's going on. And then I remember she was just like, yo, I want to have an abortion, right? And dealing with that, too, as well, with no one knowing. No one knowing. So no one knowing we're doing that, and I'm still hey, welcome to Good Burger, home to Good, doing all these shows, making people laugh and all these different things. Because I've been on, Good Morning America, all these different, interviews and shows, and telling people about suicidal thoughts and emotions that you might go through. And I never really pinpointed who the person was or who it is, or the things.
The guy
that
in the
going on.
mirror,
This is what
yeah,
is going on. So that's what I'm sharing it with you.
Right.
And so within that process of going on with that, it's an emotional roller coaster that was going on at that point. And so that happens, and then what I end up doing right after that, ended up getting pregnant again, throughout that process, even after we had the abortion, and then ended up getting married, right, as well. And so while that's going on with Nickelodeon, I'm sort of like about to be on my way out. I became this, I don't want to say, where
hard to work with.
It's more of like one lady ended up saying it like this, but she called me the Tupac of Nickelodeon. You know what I mean? So one of the people that we work with, I wouldn't say that, but this was
so difficult to work with.
And so because of the point where I just was kind of like, hey man, this is gonna be my show now. I'm gonna do it this way.
Right.
And I didn't agree, and I didn't tell anybody what that producer had said to me at that time, and what was going on, and what was said, and even what I was going through personally.
So he was hiding his internal feelings.
I wasn't sharing that with anybody. Right. And that's a lot of a problem when you isolate
from the point
and within that process.
From the point of
you know what I mean? And
so he was hiding his internal feelings because of the fact that a producer or a head writer or whatever put him in a room and was calling him all types of derogatory names and cussing him out. And he didn't want to tell nobody. Man, the industry is a monster. For him at a young age to feel like he was disrespected and not want to tell his mother, who was his manager, or tell his pops, who just wanted to be there probably wanted to be there as emotional support to keep him cool-headed. He thought he could control it. Very, 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 this is a very powerful, honestly, because I feel it's starting to get into that little web of his past. He's starting to like reveal, because like we're getting in, we're going from the happy stuff into now we're in the dark stuff, and this interview may not get, this interview will probably go up just because of the whole ex-wife thing. But I feel like this whole entire interview, this whole entire time, this has been a testimony, because growth is a thing that just doesn't come overnight,
holding all that frustration inside, right? But I still was able to have an outlet through the show, and doing that process. And I remember Mystery Man that came along, was this movie called Mystery Man I did with Ben Stiller and Janine Garofalo. And so to me, it was like, well, I'm on my way out of Nickelodeon. It's all good. You know what I mean? Yeah. And a lot of people talk about, Keenan and I, as far as like the split between the Keenan and Kel show. This is where it started. And I think that even Keenan didn't really know either what was going on,
right?
Because I didn't share what was going on with me and the head writer of the show when that happened, and what was going on, and I didn't trust anybody at that moment either. Yeah.
You speak about these thoughts that you were having, and I think it was around 2004, that you said that you was at your lowest, and you contemplated taking your own life. You didn't talk. You didn't have a therapist. You didn't have anybody that you felt comfortable enough with.
Nobody.
To go sit down and have a conversation with, even if it's not a therapist, maybe a pastor, maybe a closest friend.
Somebody.
You bottled that up inside and dealt with it on your own.
So this is what I mean about the understanding the timeline. Okay, so because that's a big speed up. You know what I mean? So the start of that, from where the suicide is, where I was just talking about. So there was a start of that, which was, like I said, 99, 98, 99, you know what I mean? Around that time. And so when that was going on, all this process of me not sharing what was happening and holding all of that, and dealing with that, that's what led to that part.
Okay.
So in the beginning of that, with me holding all that information, then Mystery Man came along, that show, and I remember I'm out at Nickelodeon. I'm like, I'm all good, and I remember the head writer, who's Dan Schneider, that's who I was talking about, who wrote on the show at that time. He was also doing a movie. I believe it was Liar Liar. With
Jim Carrey.
With a matter, not Liar Liar. It was oh man, I'm trying to remember the name of it. It wasn't Liar Liar.
Big Fat Liar.
Amanda Bynes was supposed to. It was in the movie.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Big
it was
Fat
about
Liar.
a kid that lies and all stuff like that. But they wanted me to actually be in that movie at first, and I was like, yo, we should put Keenan in it. That would be dope to put Keenan in it, and we both do that because we had a 3-picture deal at Paramount when we were doing that. But they decided that they didn't do the other movies. We just did Good Burger, but I was doing Mystery Man, so they were like, yo, you should be on that, and I was like, oh yeah, but let's put Keenan in. They were like, nah, I think this should just be with you, and I'm like, no, but I feel like we got the show, let's do it. And also too, the writer is the same writer I had fallen out with, you know what I mean? That's in the room, and so I'm just like,
Of course, yeah.
And I remember I left out of the room, and all these producers excited about doing this movie.
Right.
And I remember I left out of that room, that situation, and then I saw Keenan, and then I saw Nick, and they were like, "Yeah, we heard about that meeting." They just started laughing.
Right.
And for me, I felt like, yo, y'all was in there fighting for you. You know what I mean? And that kind of hurt at that moment. Thing about me was that relationship is very important, and you need to let people know how you feel. At that time, I really wasn't doing that.
Right.
There was a trust thing. You know what I mean? I had already been through death, within my family in Chicago, and all these things were going on. At this point, both of my uncles was murdered. I had a friend that was murdered that we talked about. Yep. All this happened around the same time. And so there wasn't any, I wasn't seeing any therapist or anything of that nature. I was just working constantly with working on the show.
Working to compress the pain, yeah.
I ended up marrying my ex-wife, because we had another baby. We had a baby, right? We had the abortion, but then we had a baby. And she ended up telling me that the baby that was aborted wasn't mine. And so within that process, you are immediately married within a lie already.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So the marriage was never same after that.
So the baby that was aborted wasn't his?
And so within that process,
she probably should have kept that to herself.
And well, I'm glad she didn't. And so within that process, with that being known, it was just like, yo, and now I'm on TV. All this, I'm still on TV. All this thing, and I don't have time to really process that. And she almost, with even in being, the pregnancy, she almost died within the pregnancy. So that was a hard time too.
Right.
And I remember some of the writers coming to the set, to the hospital, and they were like bringing presents, and I'm thinking like, oh yeah, cool, thank you. And then they were like, yo, when can you be back on set? And it was just
Bro,
like,
you see what I'm dealing with?
Yeah, we'll see what I'm dealing with.
Jeez.
But no shout out to no shade to them. They were doing what they were told as far as a job to see if Kevin could be back on set. And I was the one that ended up getting someone pregnant around that time. But I'm just setting up so you understand what was really going on.
Right.
Wow.
When we get to 2004, you know what I mean?
Yes.
In that process.
Yeah, he's setting up the
now knowing that this the kid is mine, and then now leaving the show on Nickelodeon, and then I had Mystery Man, this big show, and I'm thinking like, oh yeah, that's gonna be it. You know what I mean? And learning within that process too, where it was like, hey, well, no, I don't want to renew on all that Kenan and Kel. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? And I already know what's going on as far as what's happening within this realm of what's going on with the show behind the scenes and what's going on with me. And I was just like, yo, I'm ready to leave anyway. And then Mystery Man didn't do as well as we thought it was going to. You know what I mean? As we thought it was going to do within that process. And then just navigating through that, now being a father. And here's the thing about it is that the reason I didn't have anybody relate to, because I was the first one out of the entire cast to be married, to have a house, have kids, and Kenan, Nick, none of them could relate to that. They were still being kids. And also, too, there was this process of,
he had to grow
fast.
I
already know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To me, it was like, I can handle this. I can handle this.
Right.
No.
You couldn't.
No, you can't handle this within the Star Park because you're really going through something that is really deep, and you need to let people know and let people know how you feel and let people know what's on your heart, what's really going on. But I kept it in and was like, I can handle this. Yeah.
You mentioned a lot of some of the kids, actors and actresses that you're around. Life had gotten so overbearing that they didn't feel they could go on.
Yeah.
You mentioned Amanda Bynes, and you see her in conservatorship, and you see her dealing with her issues. How difficult is that for you, knowing what you went through and seeing her go through something very similar?
It's deep. I mean, when I was at the Sun Hotel in Canada, where I was going to end my life at that moment, on the other side of a balcony, Amanda was there. Amanda was shooting a show, a movie where she played a guy. That movie. And Keenan was in town too as well.
She's
we
the
hadn't
man.
talked in a while. He was doing Snakes on the Plane.
Okay.
And no one knew that I was going through with my ex. You know, we had very toxic relationship. You know what I mean? As you can imagine from the start of it all. You know what I mean?
It's hard to reveal something after a lie.
Yeah, bro.
If it was founded on a lie, it's going to fall eventually.
Yeah, exactly. And it went from bad to worse, you know, with the things that were being revealed, you know. And it was a lot, you know. It was other times. She had gotten pregnant, other things, and it just got to a point.
She had gotten pregnant again?
Again?
Were y'all together?
Yeah.
And it wasn't you?
Not with me.
Oh my God.
Okay.
It wasn't me. It wasn't.
And you stuck around?
Yeah, I stuck around.
Oh
but
my
here's
God.
Here's the thing. These were things that were being revealed. You know.
What?
She telling you this?
No.
How did you find this out? I wouldn't
She
know how you
got
found this out.
pregnant,
You read a letter, you
and it
went to the
wasn't
phone?
yours.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Again.
So how that one went? There was a thing where we weren't having sex anymore, and we weren't doing anything anymore. Just because,
you weren't having sex. Clearly, she was.
yeah, it's just because of I knew what was going on.
Right.
And I was like, yo, what is even happening? You're not coming home. You're not doing all these different things.
And y'all man, she not coming home.
Yeah. But then this was, you know, back then.
Yeah.
We praying
Trauma.
For it now. It's all good.
Yeah.
But this is what the process of what I was going through.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And so now as this is going on,
It's obvious that her trauma, her trauma bags. She had already came into the relationship with trauma bags, and just decided to just tear his life up with her drama.
there was a time, get some more soda.
Now I need something stronger than soda can. You telling me that right here?
Go ahead, brother.
I mean, you had one, you
Yeah.
aborted that, but that wasn't yours. She
Yeah.
told you, you didn't know.
Yeah.
You had one of your own, and she.
Yeah, well, yeah. There was a situation
For real.
where there was a guy, you know, and I had a feeling, you know what I mean, that she was
Did you know him?
talking to somebody. It was one of her friends that used to come over, right? And, you know, I was working a lot, you know what I mean? So it was one of those situations. And so I was dropping off the kids, you know, and, you know, didn't go to work.
So she
and,
was
you know,
staying
I go-
around
and
for the
so
money,
one day
but
I decided, well,
getting
like,
honey from
yeah, I'm gonna
somebody
take the
else.
car and just kind of like go
Shake
searching
my hand,
where
bro.
she might be, because she ain't come home. And so I got in the whip, went driving around, saw her whip. Like, you know, and, I saw it, and I said at the hotel, I was like, yo, okay, this is a car at the hotel. I go to the lobby, you know what I mean? I go walk into the lobby. Turns out dude just come walking down the lobby about to go to the car, you know, my car. And then she was driving, you know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, okay, what's up? Take me upstairs. Take me, let's go to the elevator, let's go together. You know what I mean? And he's like, oh, okay, cool. You know what I mean? We go up, we don't need to fight, let's go.
Yeah.
Because I already know what it is.
Right.
So we go up, of course she's surprised, oh, you know, within the room. And, you know, we walk in, you know, I walk in there and I'm just like, hey, okay, so this is what's going on. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? All right, and this is what you're doing? Okay, so, and I walk out, because I'm like, I'm not about to fight over someone that.
She already made a decision.
Yeah, you made your decision. You already been, we've been through it.
Did she like come out and let me explain?
Yeah.
What did that explain? Offer without explanation.
Explain. I'll go to the car. After I went to the car, then there was this, I was like, yo, I need to go back. And I went back because now I was like, well, I felt disrespected, so now I need to go do something. And I went back, so then I'm going back up there. Cops came. Everybody came up at that point. And I remember this cop told me, he said, hey, yo, I seen this type of woman, this situation. You need to get out of this situation. You know what I mean? You need to get out of this situation. Like, you know, like a goofy, still stayed around. You know what I mean? We said we was trying to make it work for the kids. You know what I mean? Trying to make it work for the kids. But it just wasn't working out. You know what I mean? Trying to make it work. And she ended up getting pregnant by another guy. Now, how that situation happened was
What
that I
the
was at the
hell?
hospital.
Another
She had a
pregnancy
sickle cell
by
trait.
another
So she ended
guy?
up, you know, I'm thinking it's that.
Dog.
We go in there and the doctor comes in and says, yeah, so you lost the baby. And I was just like, hey, yo, what? You lost the baby? And I'm like, oh, I know that's not mine. And so I lost the baby, and and I'm like, okay, so she was pregnant at that time. And this was just like, what was going on? You know what I mean?
It's like God is trying to tell you.
And it's also
Yeah.
doing movies, doing TV shows, doing all these things as this is going on, not really telling anybody anything. I wasn't telling my parents, telling my family what was going on.
Right.
You know, so now all these situations are happening. And I get to the point where I'm at, you know, 2004 up there. And the thing about it is that I would drink, you know, to get out of some, you know, emotional, all of this mind, because it was just kind of like, you know, making people laugh and doing all these things. But then also this is going on too as well. You know what I mean? And so I got to the point where I'm about to do this. And the reason I did that was because I went to Canada to do this movie. And we had already, the relationship was just toxic at that point. So now I'm here and I get a phone call. And she's this guy, you know, that she wants to be with. And I was just like, okay, yeah, y'all need to be together. You know what I mean? Like, let's do this. But then I'm also dealing with the embarrassment of all of this situation. What's going on? I don't want people to know what I'm going through, all this situation. And I just felt like at that point it needs to be a reset button. Just because I looked at my parents and how beautiful their relationship was and how
crumbled my relationship is,
and how what I thought marriage would be wasn't that at all.
Yeah.
And then even just the navigation of this industry as well and what was going on. And I just wanted to hit an off button at that point.
Yeah,
and
man.
I felt like that was the answer.
Right.
I tell people, you know, I heard something tell me, hey, yo, Kel, get into a room, lock the door, and get off this balcony. I know that was God now. But at that time, I said it was a person, but I know it was God that told me to do that. And I did that and went and did work. And then from that, changing my life around, where it's to the point where now it's like really living life for me and understanding that. Yeah.
Kel, even though I'm listening to you talk, and it's a very traumatic experience, and I'm sorry that you had
No,
the
that really
experience,
was.
But it seems to me, no matter how chaotic it was in your
She took
personal
advantage
life,
of you.
it was the acting that kept
That woman, that his ex-wife took advantage of him. Took advantage of the person he was and she wasn't there for him. She wasn't there for him. She wasn't there for him, man. Like, she was there for self. She was using him.
you going.
Well, I would say this, because even with the process of me and Keenan, he kind of just, and I don't think he knows it, we did have a conversation about this, but he didn't know any of this either. He didn't know all these things were going on in my life until recently when I was
Because he wasn't telling them.
about it. And the thing about it is that on that side of work, when it was a thing of, my talent being stolen by, this writer, this yelling by this writer, all these different things, the process of that and work and all how that was, and navigating that, he was also managed by the same company that the writer was in. And so within that, it was just like, oh, y'all all together. So I couldn't trust anybody. And where I was from, with having people, die within my life that were in Chicago, I'm going through turmoil in a toxic relationship, and then I'm also having problems within the workplace as well. That was a gumbo of just like, yo, you know what I mean, of what was going on. And that's when I talk about, like, with Robin Williams, when I was saying, like, smiling through everything and making other people laugh.
Yes.
You never know what somebody else might be going through at that time. And Keenan was going through his own process as well and things that he was going through, but we both weren't sharing.
Right.
And this is what I talk about with relationship and letting people know what's on your heart. And letting people know what you might be dealing with, because if you don't let people know,
they don't know, and
you just deal with that's a great place for the devil to just play with you. You know what I mean, within that process. And I had to really understand that. You know what I mean? And so even with Amanda, I understood, what she was going through. Everybody has their own journey of what they're going through in life. Everybody's journey is different, and this is my journey and process of it.
You were in a movie with Cat Williams called Ganked.
Yeah.
What was it like working with Cat?
Cat Williams is amazing, bro. He's a good dude. I remember we saw a lot of comedians coming up. You know what I mean? Like I said, we were in '94. I've seen a lot of people come up. And so I remember Dave Chappelle in the Windbreaker at the Improv right outside. You know what I mean? And we would just always be able to go in. You know what I mean? And he took pictures with my sister and everything like that. And working with Cat, man, as well, was just an awesome process. And he was fun. I was happy that he did it. Because the reason why I wrote that, I got to a place where in the business, Marlon Wayans had told me, he said, being with the Wayans family, he was just like, you create the characters you want. Because within an audition process, going through auditions and, you know what I mean, and doing shows, he was like, you don't wait on an audition, you create it. And so I started to do that and created a lot of different independent things, like on DVD. DVD was popping back then. And we did Ganked, and we had him be a part of that, which was awesome, and Cat was great. Yeah.
How do you select roles now?
How do I select roles now?
Yeah. Are you even in the business anymore?
Really, I pray about it. You know what I mean? That's really what it is, I'm a writer, too, so I write characters that I want to play. And then also, too, if there's a role or audition that I have, I pray about it first to see if it's the right thing to go about.
Right.
Yeah.
So, is there a role that you turned down that you wish you hadn't?
There was roles that I was offered that I didn't take, around the time. Like, even back then, there was, roles that I didn't take because, my ex didn't want me to take it. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. But yeah, man, it's like, roles that I do that right now that, I mean, it's really for me, I always go, there was a point when I was like super, when I started being a Christian, where I was just like, when I was like, okay, I'm going to live my life. It was certain roles I didn't want to take. But then it's all about, for me, with certain roles of what's the journey of the character.
Right.
What happens at the end of the character? Is there some type of resolution? And that's what I gravitate towards, the resolution of the character. Yeah.
You auditioned for Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
I don't understand why he didn't get it.
Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
That don't make no
You
sense.
guys auditioned for a very similar, the same role.
Yeah.
Losing, I mean, you guys had played all these, was in these sketch comedies. And
They needed one black guy.
Did that strain your relationship to lose that audition to him?
No, I think that I've explained it, what really happened. You know what I mean? There was this divide of me, you all don't understand what I'm dealing with through the process of all the things I'm dealing with,
right.
or even with these producers and the writer. You know what I mean? What's going on? And it's for them, it just looked like, yo, Kel is just, you know, doing his own thing. He's frustrated.
He's jealous.
That wasn't what it was. I had my own personal things that I was dealing with. When we got on Saturday Night Live, now you're talking about this is years, and we hadn't spoken in a while.
Right.
And it was a lot.
So had you guys not spoken prior to Saturday Night Live?
Not at all. Yeah, we hadn't spoken. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, we hadn't spoken. And so that's the thing about it. It's like there was this, when I talk about the isolation and when I talk about work. See, when people watch us on television, they're thinking like, oh, this is brothers. You know what I mean? They hang out all the time, but this is a job. You know what I mean? So when it ended, we are adults. You know what I mean? So I always explain like this. There's 3 generations of all of that. Like we were 94 to 2000. Then it came back around 2005 to 2010. And we weren't on that process of that show. And then we brought it back in 2019, right? And that went for only like 2 seasons.
Right.
And so you got to kind of look at like us being adults and navigating our own things throughout life. And we hadn't talked in a long time. And when Saturday Night Live came along, I was going through probably the worst time of my life. You know what I mean? Like you're talking about from 97, 98, you know, to now.
All of that stuff. And then
4, you know what I mean? Like when he gets on the show.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
Around that time. And we go to audition. I didn't know Keenan was going to be there. You know what I mean? And there was a lot of, D-Ray was there, JB Smooth, a lot of different other, actors. I think I talk about this like, people look at us like New Edition. You grew up with us.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's this love there. And so they felt like it was like this fight. But it wasn't. It was just a thing of, oh, you here too? Okay, let's audition. And for me, it was like, I need this. I got to get this job.
So like, made the best man win.
Get this job. Make sure this happened. I'm thinking in that process. And I remember when I got on stage, I did original characters. I had already been doing my DVD stuff. So I remember I auditioned with Michael Jackson if he was allergic to trees. And so I did a whole thing where he was sneezing, and that's how he came up with the So I did that on stage, but it was very physical. You know what I mean? And I remember that. And I was drinking at the time, too, when I did it. So I remember I got on stage, I was just going. And then what was already happening in my life at that point already, with all the things that was going on. And, I didn't get the audition, which was fine, though, because there's so many other comedians that didn't, on Saturday Night Live. And I don't look at it as like I was upset at my boy. And that wasn't what it was. What really was going on was what was happening behind the scenes. What was going on where we just didn't talk,
How did it feel to finally be reunited?
With Keenan?
Yeah.
What, years later, as far as like with Goodberg? Which is funny. It was, I want to say, I was on Game Shakers. It was a show on Nickelodeon that I went back on. And now here's the process of this. The same writer, this was his show.
Right.
Now he was doing a new show. Prior to this, I was invited to Kids' Choice Awards to give him an award. And with all
talking about Dan Schneider.
Knowing the past of us button heads, right? And knowing too the conversations that he had with other people as far as like, Kel, I don't want to work with Kel, this type of person he is, right?
Hold on. So Dan Schneider was the writer that was calling him derogatory names. Dan Schneider is the writer that was calling him derogatory names in that room. Your ex-wife got pregnant by 2 different people. And they both got aborted. Or one was aborted, the other one was she lost it, miscarriage. You and Keenan's relationship is strained, and y'all ain't talking to each other this whole entire time. Man, how do you even bro? The will to go on in the business of Hollywood? I wouldn't even been able to, man. But I mean, he has his past mindset is the mindset of a lot of men, and that's to just engulf yourself in your work and don't really tell anybody about, because men we don't do that. We don't do the whole disclosing our feelings, our emotions, and being vulnerable to women, let alone anybody. And that's just something, that's not something that's That's not really something that's taught. That's just in your bloodline, you know, as far as a man goes. You're not really supposed to you're not supposed to disclose that emotional information and unwind it to people. You know, that's just something that's in your blood. You know, and then in his case, mental health and seeking to talk to somebody is not something that was very popular around those early 2000s, mid 2000s. It's not something that's popular up until maybe the 2010s. So, but I do just want to wrap this up. So we had mentioned Kel had mentioned his ex-wife and all the things that were going on and so on and so forth. His wife decides to respond to the interview. Her name is Taisha. Yeah. Let's go ahead and check this out before I call it quits. Or I don't know if I'm gonna just call it quits after this.
I think, like, you know what, you get married, you just stay married for the rest of your life. So I figured that I had to accept Kel for who he was because he was my husband. But along the way, I realized that there were just some things that I could not accept. And once I stopped accepting those things that he wanted me to accept, that's when the man got completely psycho and crazy, and this really began the narcissistic nightmare.
Oh my God.
That I'm still like, I hope
Oh
people
my
are
God.
really,
Oh my God. Narcissistic. People love to use that word, narcissistic. This is how I know this is a crock of you know what. First of all, you're using narcissistic. Do you even know what that word means? Do you? That's first of all. Number two, when Kel was mentioning her, he didn't even mention her in it. Like, he only mentioned the situation. He didn't talk bad about her as a person. He said that I'm still praying for her, even though all that bad stuff happened. That lets you know that Kel is a changed person. Because I'm sure if he was not a pastor, if he was not delivered and saved and prayed for, I'm sure he would have reverted back to an old state of mind that would have him talking all types of bad about her and dragging her in the mud and bringing himself down to her level. So that's how I know, just in general, yeah, that she's, yeah.
realizing that this is why this is still trauma, right? Because still, so many years ago, this man is lying about abortions. I mean, just the fact that you're even lying about abortions is crazy. That's like really crazy work. But then also to state that because of these fake abortions or because of cheating, because of me cheating, this man said he wanted to kill himself. I mean, just think about how narcissistic that sounds, right? Another thing is, and I want to clarify this very much. In the interview, Kel is acting like, we did not want our son and it was a secret. It was not a secret. It was never a secret. We wanted our son. He's the one who wanted me to get pregnant with the son. We told everybody. Both of our parents knew as soon as we found out that we were pregnant. And so there was no sneaking around. It was not a shock. Every single person knew, and he made it a point to make everybody know. So like that's even crazy to me, because when this was happening, as soon as I found out that I was pregnant, he was so excited, and his parents, everyone was so excited, and we were all excited. So this is so strange to me, this version of events that he somehow now has. Anyway, so yeah, so his Kel's isn't mathing. He is not talking about me. I am not the one that is pregnant.
Bro, the internet be internet. So this is from TikTok. That's funny. This is from TikTok. That person said knew you was coming. That's hilarious.
It's not even physically.
It's not even
possible.
Necessary. Like I seen video, like bro, I seen videos of her calling bro gay and everything. Like she literally still has a lot of like she needs to get off of this. Like this didn't even like him saying what he said didn't even warrant like a response. He didn't speak bad about you. Like I don't think somebody like him would get up on this on an interview and recall those events if it didn't affect who he was as a person at that moment in time, you know, along with all the other things that he had to deal with besides being married to you and having to, you know, deal with your toxic baggage. Like this didn't even really warrant a response. He didn't even speak bad about you.
I was impregnated with my son, who is here, and he's alive and well, and there could not have been an abortion in between any of that, because obviously that's not how it works, right? So yeah, so we were 18 when our first child was born, so I don't know what he's talking about. And then 19, nobody was born. But that's why I'm saying that, you know, I really do think that sometimes when people have mental issues and they have, well, I don't even know if it's a mental issue, really. I just think that Kel is such a bitch that
wow.
He thinks that this is how like he stays famous, is to just act like you know, like a poor guy with my wife cheating on me. Like it makes the stuff that he did to myself and our children,
I ain't gonna lie,
more tolerable, because I'm such a terrible whore, slutty woman who sleeps around. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about?
Why would he even tell? Why would he even?
It's really interesting.
Why would he even recall the story if it wasn't true? Because it sounds like you're sitting up here. What's the expression? Mansplaining yourself. Because I mean, if it wasn't true, if it wasn't true, why would he say it? If it wasn't true, why would he say it? So you just gonna sit up? You just gonna sit up there and lie? I don't think in this version of his life he's telling a lie about that.
Interesting to me, because he lies about stuff that's just ridiculous, very, very ridiculous, and all of this abortions and all this stuff. And the reason why he says all of these things, I think, are because he's a narcissist. And
there's that word again. Don't even know what it means.
Narcissists abuse you at your weakest moments. And so one thing that I had to do, and I'm also a mathematician,
oh my
so
goodness,
I'm always paying attention to patterns. And I had made a journal. In my journal, I realized that, oh my gosh, that Kel physically abuses me anytime I come out of the hospital, because that's when I'm at my weakest. And so I think that what Kel is trying to do, he's trying to recreate the story to make there be a reason other than the fact that I'm really sick and I have a critical disease. And so
I'm gonna just stop there, because she doesn't sound well. She doesn't sound well mentally. And to get on this internet and think that what she's saying is of like, he didn't even say anything bad about you for real. He said all the story. He said all that stuff and then said, "I'm praying for her." He didn't say it one time. He said it multiple times while he was telling the story. It looked like he didn't even want to tell the story for real, to be honest with you, just because of, I guess not wanting to hurt her so much, or just for his own thought process, and not really wanting to go into it so much because he didn't want to open up old wounds or anything like that. But yeah, man, I'm ending the stream now. Y'all take it easy, and I will be back for another stream probably later on tonight. Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe if I feel like it. But yeah, I'm out of here.